everybody. Hello, hello, hello. I have my trusty reader, Miss Liz, here with us tonight.
Hey, chat.
Hey, Liz. Okay, guys, we're gonna get started because it's gonna be. I got so much information for you guys tonight. We're gonna have Liz to read the um the motion for requesting a bond. And then we're going to go over this video that I want to share with you guys with the last time that Mr. Steele requested a bond and what the state said and what Steele said and how the outcome of it. We all know the outcome was no bond, but we're going to listen to it since we have gone a little bit further in the trial, and you're going to see that there are some lies in regard to some of the stuff that the state stated in regard to the why they wanted to be refused for the bond. So we're going to see if that those things will stand now with everything that has gone, and because we know for a fact that Steele is requesting a bond because he said in that last motion about Steele in the bond, I mean about Mr. Williams in the bond. So without further ado, my trusty reader Liz is going to read you guys the motion for the reconsideration of a bond application from Mr. Steele. This was originally submitted in April of 2024, right? But Judge Glanville didn't decide on it until July 20, no, not 2024, 2023, July 2023. But this originally was submitted on in April 2023. So, Liz, you have it. Let's go.
Okay. Renewed motion for bond. Comes now Mr. Jeffrey Williams by and through undersigned counsel, and hereby files this renewed motion for bond in the above referenced case. In support of this renewed motion for bond, Mr. Williams shows as follows. Number one, Mr. Williams is innocent of all charges in the above referenced case. Number two, since on or about May 9th, 2022, Mr. Williams has been languishing in the county jail without bond. Number three, Mr. Williams has previously put forth compelling evidence without doubt that conditions can be imposed which permit bond to be set. This honorable court denied bond based upon proffers made by the prosecution, mostly repeating allegations contained in the indictment. Number four, undersigned counsel believes that conditions can be set to ensure that Mr. Williams comes back to court when required to do so. And due to the extended nature of this trial, Mr. Williams respectfully requests this honorable court reconsider its position on bond. Number five, since May 9th, 2022, Mr. Williams has only eaten nutritious foods that include carrots, rice, lettuce, beans, and hot dogs. Okay. The other foods that Mr. Williams has eaten have zero health benefits, consisting mostly of chocolate, M&Ms, chips, and other items that are processed and artificial. Number six, Mr. Williams is sleep deprived, mandated to wake up on court days between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., and not having more than 5 hours of sleep per night. By the end of the week, Mr. Williams is fighting to pay attention to the goings on in this case. Number seven, Mr. Williams has seen no sunlight since May 9, 2022, and the only fresh air that he receives is during the time that the doors are open on the transport to and from the courthouse. Number eight, additionally, exercise is limited in the small jail cell. Number nine, with trial approaching, Mr. Williams qualifies for pretrial bond pursuant to Ayala v. State, and thus respectfully requests this honorable court to grant a reasonable bond. Wherefore, Mr. Williams respectfully asks this honorable court to hold a hearing on this motion, and at the conclusion of same asks this honorable court to grant the above requested relief this 24th day of April 2023, respectfully submitted and signed by Brian Steele, Keith Adams.
Okay. Thank you so much, Liz. And I'm going to go ahead and play the actual hearing that Judge had it. So actual Paige, if you have a problem with us reading it, you don't have to be here. You know that, right? I'm tired of all these negative comments. You
What
don't
happened? What'd I do?
Not you. I'm just talking to the page over here. It's just irritating. They come in here with the nonsense. All right, let's go ahead on, and I'm going to show you the motion that was set.
All right, I'm gonna drop down, okay?
Okay. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Hold on a second. It's stopped. Hold on a second.
Cal, good morning, Your Honor. There you go. Appreciate it. No problem. Okay. Mr. Steele and Mr. Weinstein, I'm prepared at this point in time for you to go forward with your renewed motions for bond. So, Mr. Steele, do you want to go ahead and begin, sir? Yes. Since I know you need to be someplace else. Of course. Okay. All right, go right ahead then, sir. Good morning, Your Honor. Madam Prosecutors, Mr. Prosecutor, all the lawyers here on behalf of the other people, on behalf of Mr. Jeffrey Williams, Mr. Adams and I would like the court to reconsider its denial on 2 previous occasions of bail. We filed this motion on April 24th, 2023, and we allege that Mr. Williams has been in custody since May 9, 2022. It's the date of his arrest. As the court previously heard, and if you need me to go over it, I will, but I'm assuming that this honorable court remembers the previous bond hearings and all the witnesses and exhibits that we placed before the court. I do, sir. I assumed you did. Mr. Williams, as you know, you remember, did not flee when law enforcement officers came to his home on May 9th, 2022. He came out of his house. He called me, actually, and then came out of his house and was not in any way anything but compliant. It's now been more than 14 months so far. As the court may know and remember, the only potential nutritional foods consumed by Mr. Williams since May 9, 2022 include carrots, rice, lettuce, beans, and hot dogs. He mostly consumes products which have absolutely no nutritional benefits, which are M&Ms, chips.
You know what I find? Do you guys hear the paper rattling movement? That's the judge. That's the judge doing all that rattling and movement while Mr. Steele is talking. So it sounds like he's not paying any attention to Steele at all.
Processed or artificial bagged chemical substances. The lights in the court may remember in the small, isolated, solitary cell that Mr. Williams is housed in an off-site county The lights are always on. They are brighter than the lights in this courtroom. So sleeping with bright lights in his face all the time, if he can get to sleep. And that is a form of torture, which is not compatible with necessary restoration, sleep, restorative sleep required for Mr. Williams, who is a person on trial and needs to assist his counsel. Your Honor, this lifestyle for the past 14 plus months has caused physical harm to Mr. Williams. As the court recalls, he was taken to the hospital. If the court does not know, and Mr. Williams gave me permission, it is for his kidneys. Mr. Williams was raised in total poverty. He is used to not seeking medical help because he could not afford saying when he was injured or hurt. But he comes in this courtroom every day, writhing from pain from his kidneys. The kidneys removes the waste and extra water from the blood, evacuates through the body, through urine to maintain balances of the body's substantive fluids, to keep proper balance and levels of potassium, calcium, and sodium. Consumed by Mr. Williams endangers his health. Pretrial incarceration, Your Honor, is not supposed to damage a person's mind, spirit, or body. It is not for punishment. And this physical incarceration for such a long period of time, and the trial is estimated to last 6 to 9 months, and that's a considerable amount of time. The court has always said, I will put you on trial right away. I'm very aware that I denied bond to your client, and we appreciate that. We filed demand for speedy trial statutorily and constitutionally. But it is still a long time. As the court may notice, takes note of Mr. Williams, he has gained tremendous weight. If he's weighed now compared to the time he weighed on May 9th, you will see how much weight he has gained. He does not fit into his clothing anymore. He has all new clothing, and this is a problem caused by the kidneys and the lack of nutrition and exercise. Your Honor, the support for the community is still here with Mr. Williams. It remains here, as I previously showed this honorable court, to a packed courtroom. There are people who have not wavered at all. His family is all from this area. They love him, devoted to him. I speak with them weekly, if not more. His friends have stayed with him. Co-workers of Mr. Williams in the music industry. One is a gentleman who is on your screen in courtroom 8H, as in happy. His name is Jeff, which is Geoff, Ogunlesi, Ogunlesi. He has flown across our country to be here today when he found out that this honorable court set the hearings on Tuesday. He is in, if you need him, he is in courtroom 8H, and he will speak to the court if needed. There are professionals of the highest, officers of publicly traded company, the record label, that are on your Zoom, Mr. Kevin Liles, Liles, and he authorized me to tell you that he again, in total, his previous sworn live testimony before this honorable court, and he stands by it with all of his power and might, and is willing to answer any of your questions that you would have with the prosecution for bond for Mr. Williams. Within this past month, Your Honor, Mr. Williams released a record. It was
I'm going to object to this proffer. This portion of it is irrelevant to a bond hearing.
I'm going to answer that if I need to. It goes to his employment and his steadiness, employment in the industry and in this trial at this time. He is still maintained total employment and he's still active.
Okay, all right, I'll allow it.
He is the number, that record, Your Honor, became the #1 rap record in,
Objection, Your Honor. Finish my objection. Objection to as to
What's the basis? Relevance? I'm gonna overrule the objection
Thank you.
this time. All right,
is the #1 rap record.
let's move on, Mr. Steele. I understand it. You've convinced me that he's employable. So,
Well, I think the court should know it's also #2 record in any field. And I think that that's important for the court to realize there's no risk of violating a condition of bond. This gentleman is an accomplished superstar in music. And I think that should weigh heavily that he would not jeopardize that by violating any condition of bond. Your Honor, America's justice system is built on the presumption that bail should be granted if there are any conditions that can be factored to ensure that the community is safe, the person does not pose a danger to the community, witnesses will not be intimidated, there'll be no obstruction of justice, the person will not, in this case, Mr. Williams, will not commit a felony or any crime, it says felony, but any crime allowed on bond, and that Mr. Williams will appear in court. Because if we do it the other way and maintain people and house people and warehouse them as Mr. Williams has been, then the presumption of innocence, which is our entire standard in Georgia, is gone because he's being presumed to be guilty. Your Honor, Georgia, unlike some states, for purposes of pretrial bond, the presumption of innocence remains with Mr. Williams accused of any offense, even a capital offense, which Mr. Williams is not charged with a capital offense, from arrest and even during trial. That's Vanderford, V-A-N-D-E-R-F-O-R-D versus Brand, B-R-A-N-D. It's 126 Georgia, 67 and 70, 1906. That means, Your Honor, that prior to trial, this honorable court must view Mr. Williams to be innocent.
I do. We don't, look, I understand that you're trying to meet your burden in the sense of for the 4 factors under law. So I'm going to assume that, I take into account the prior testimony that you've given in this particular case. Is there anything that you want other than the updated issues as to his record release recently? And employability. Is there anything else you want to augment that with?
Yes.
And then I'll let the state respond and, present anything they may have to the contrary.
Yes.
Okay.
I have seen, and I've been here for every bond hearing except one, Mr. Miles Farley. I was not present for that. I've seen this honorable court deny every person's bond who's in this indictment. But then 7 months later, approximately, I saw the state who called all these people that they are a danger to community. They cannot fashion this honorable court cannot fashion any conditions of bond that would permit bond to be granted. And then 7 months later, the prosecution for 8 co-indictees offered, and this court accepted, negotiated pleas of time served. I can't wrap that around my mind.
What does that have to do with your case and your bond? I mean, each individual defendant is on his or her, in this case, their own merit. So why does that have anything to do with you?
Because I don't believe that the proffers it's fine with saying me, but I don't believe that the proffers
He said everyone is on their own merit, but this is a RICO trial. Everyone's not on their own merit because this RICO is supposed to be overt act of everybody, right? So why is it only on merit for them getting the plea deal and not on the merit now? That's not making sense. Does it make sense to you guys?
getting from the state are accurate. They have been proven to be inaccurate. I heard Mr.
Unfortunately, that's the way the law goes at this point in time, and our legislature hasn't addressed that. I mean, you've asked me to take a look at that. It's a different standard, pre-trial as opposed to in trial. So, I mean, I understand that. I know you'll probably review that at some point in time, but at this point, I'm stuck with what I'm stuck with in terms of the legal posture of what the Constitution and the case law allows me to do.
There is no case that says that there's a difference between pre-trial and in-trial. That is not accurate.
In terms of the standard for motions and requirement for witnesses and live witnesses, should there be
He already had his mind made up.
I thought you were talking about bond.
No.
Okay.
No, sir, no, sir.
But you did grant bond. I was not present, but you did grant bond for Mr. Miles Farley.
Sure did.
And there has to be a way that
On the individual circumstances of Mr. Farley. Mr. Williams is, I have to judge it on his particular circumstances.
I'm judging on Mr. Williams. I think Mr. Williams is more than bond eligible. Your Honor, we still have the same officers willing to supervise and surround a home that will have no electronics and no visitors. There will be no computer, no cell phone, and law enforcement officers outside of the house. We will pay for transportation to and from the courthouse. Otherwise, with an ankle monitor on his person, he does not leave that home. Mr. Adams and I and our other co-workers would request to meet with Mr. Williams inside that home on weekends and at nights. But other than us, nobody comes in. We can leave our electronics outside and bring paper copies because that's what I do at the outside jail anyway with Mr. Williams. Now, sometimes they do let me come in with my iPad to share discovery with Mr. Williams. I have to ask special permission, and I can do that through the court. But Your Honor, that is a factor that should be considered by the honorable court, that Mr. Williams can live at a location that can be vetted by the honorable court and law enforcement and the district attorney's office. I've gone further, not only with local police officers. If you don't like local police officers, I'm not saying anything wrong, but for whatever reason, that is not sufficient. There is a former Secret Service agent. There is a former U.S. Marshal that would take the responsibility of securing and transporting Mr. Williams in a home by himself and following every condition of bond, which we would ask for at this point: no visitors except legal, and not to leave the house, except if you have to go to a hospital and on an ankle monitor. Your Honor, liberty is the norm in.
Okay, guys, you all know that this case is on pause right now. Anything that's being played right now is old stuff. The reason why we're revisiting this is because Steele is asking for Mr. Jeffrey to get bond, okay? And some of the conditions that they set forth before with the state was why there was an opposition. You're going to hear it. And this, since the trial has gone further, you're going to hear what Miss Love and them was making up does not fit. It did not fit because you heard the testimonies. This is what we're doing here now. Just so when they go back to ask for the bond, they could say this, based on the testimony, this does not fit. Okay? That's what it's all for. Just giving you guys some other stuff to listen to since you guys have been restricted from having any kind of YSL stuff. So I'm just going back down memory lane. This is a pause going on, guys. So this is not new. So stop asking me, is this new? Okay? All right.
Our community and this custodial detention prior to trial, when there are conditions that can be fashioned, is against our law. I will answer any of your questions. Mr. Ogunlesi will answer your questions, but he is Mr. Williams' manager. He will answer any questions, but he is behind Mr. Williams 100%. And Mr. Kevin Lyles is with the record label, and he also is with Mr. Williams. And as I said, I incorporate his prior testimony. Your Honor, I want to answer any of your questions. I want to thank you always, but this is a big case with a lot of discovery. We got discovery yesterday evening. I go through with Mr. Williams. I'm with him every day. I'm in court with him. I'm on a Zoom call with him, privileged Zoom call at the jail. I'm with him at the jail. It is a lot better for us if he can stay awake, if he can participate and assist. And there are conditions that we have because he has the resources. That doesn't mean a resource to flee, like you heard he could rent a plane. He's not doing that now. He has too much to lose and he's too recognizable. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Steele.
Listen what
Hi,
Love says.
Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton, ladies.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, to begin with, I noticed that Mr. Steele referenced this status, this state that we're in as pretrial. I noticed that and noted it because I wanted to make certain that the record is clear that we are currently in trial. We are not at a pretrial status or state. Mr. Steele referenced the fact that he has demanded a constitutional and a statutory speedy trial. And Mr. Steele also referenced the fact that the court promised or guaranteed that his client would receive one. And in fact, the court has upheld that promise and we are in trial. The statutes in the case law that reference bail and bond also use pretrial release interchangeably with bail and bond. And so I just wanted to point out that we are currently in trial. Also, Your Honor, since the time that this court first found that the defendant poses a risk of committing additional felonies and poses a flight risk, there has been no change in circumstances beyond what Mr. Steele has described as the defendant's discomfort, his dissatisfaction with the food that he is given, his choice to only eat certain foods that are provided.
Did you hear what she just said? Discomfort and food that he disliked. I thought he mentioned something about his medical condition, like kidney, the deprivation of sunlight, weight gain because of his medical condition. Didn't you guys hear that? But she said because of his discomfort and dislike in food, choice of food.
And that's it. Using the rationale that Mr. Steele employs, it's tantamount to being unconstitutional to confine anyone, given the description that he has made of his client's circumstances and his assertion that every person should have the right to be free from those type of circumstances. I want the court to take note of the fact that the legislature, in enacting the statute for which Mr. Williams is charged, said that they wanted to make certain that the community is free of intimidation and threats caused by criminal street gangs, understanding that the state has the burden of proving all of the charges alleged in the indictment at trial. We are at a position, however, where we can point to circumstances that reflect that the defendant poses a significant risk of committing additional felonies. These acts that the defendant has committed go very far back. They include acts of intimidation during the time that his brother, Your Honor, I am proffering as an officer of the court.
Yeah, let her finish, please, Mr. Smith.
Oh, wait a minute. When she interjected, he let her talk. And now when he's interjected, he says, let her finish. Lord have mercy, y'all. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Did you guys hear that? She said, I'm the officer of the court. Oh. But it was okay when she did it. Oh. Oh my goodness. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna go back up one tad bit. Hold on. Listen to what she says.
To circumstances that reflect that the defendant poses a significant risk of committing additional felonies. These acts that the defendant has committed go very far back. They include acts of intimidation during the time that his brother, Your Honor, I am proffering as an officer of the court.
Yeah, let her finish, please, Mr. Steele.
I apologize.
What's the basis?
It goes against the law for presumption of innocence. This is the charges in the indictment. The court has to presume innocence. It's an improper.
I believe it's just her proffer. I understand the legal requirement, but, and your client is presumed innocent, but I think Ms. Love is proffering how Mr. Williams is or continues to be a danger to the community.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Using the irrelevant information, it's the indictment. That's what Ms. Love is referring to.
It is not.
I don't think she's referring to the indictment. I think she's referring to acts that she claims are will support the issues of bond. Bond is different from trial on the merits.
Please don't put.
I understand.
You said no
I
political
listened
stuff in
intently,
here,
and
guys.
this is the
Stop it.
indictment. That's what Ms. Love just stated.
No
It's a
political
charging
stuff in
document,
here.
but
We're
I
not
mean,
doing the political
But I understand, Mr. Steele, that it's different. There's a, state has the burden. Bond is different than proof at trial. I understand that. Do you have any further objections, sir?
401, 402, right?
Okay. All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, madam.
Thank you, Judge. The defendant, as far back as the time when his brother, Mr. Greer, who was before the court earlier this year, was initially set to be on trial, was one of the witnesses, and in fact, a person very close to the defendant, called the police and indicated that the defendant had messaged her, snitch hoes get murked, them and their kids.
Is this Mr. Williams you're referring to?
It is.
That's a video from the.
Snitch hoes get what?
Murked, M-U-R-K-E-D.
Get murked and what else?
Murked, them and their kids.
Okay, I got it.
Your Honor,
Y'all remember where that came from, right? That was the tweet. Remember? Y'all remember where that came from in the testimony?
in 2015, Mr. Steele may present the objection that this is part of the indictment, but I can play the actual video where the defendant proclaims, so people lied to their mama, lied to their sister, lied to their children, and then want to get in court and tell the God's honest truth.
That was in the video,
You
y'all.
need to be killed, bro. That's from me and YSL. Those were his words.
That was in the phone.
Judge, the intimidation factor and the risk of committing additional felonies that the defendant presents is not small. I know that you have heard proffers from prosecutors and you've heard evidence in previous bail hearings regarding witnesses' representations as it relates to this defendant. I can state, having experienced them myself, that the witnesses have expressed extreme reluctance. One said, with fear in his voice, he's different now. He's not the same. He moves like a man with millions of dollars behind his name. And in fact, the circumstances presented to you by Mr. Steele in both this hearing and in previous hearings reflect a similar sentiment. He moves like a man with $1 million behind his name. His hands won't get dirty, but people will enact his wishes. Since the time that we have been in this trial, we have seen it was captured on surveillance footage from inside this courtroom. One defendant who was on trial.
Sure, DJ, what's the question? DJ, what's the question? DJR. Sue says she lies so much, can't stand her. If that's what paper says. DJR, I was waiting for your question. Yeah, since the testimonies has occur and some of the videos have been played, now we see the difference, don't we now, right? No, I turned the video off so I can talk. It's a little bit better when the video is paused. Go ahead. I'm waiting for DJR. Ask your question, DJR. Okay, I'm gonna continue playing. If I see your question, and I'll stop it. Okay. Have the state and the judge done any good? Because I heard nothing but bad against them. Not that I'm biased. Okay, you wanna play games, Paige. Now you're gone. Now you're gone. Um, have the state and the judge done any good? Because I've heard nothing but bad against them. Not that I'm biased. Guys, I guess y'all can answer that question for DJR. Done anything good, like in this case, or I'm trying to understand the question. Well, he's on trial with the rest of them criminals with $1 million. Okay, they answer your question. All right, let's finish.
With this defendant, bring to Mr. Williams Percocet in open court. Since the time that this trial has begun, we have had no less than 20 incidents, involving various crimes from drugs, shanks, and attacks.
What does that have to do with them?
Being committed while the people who have been charged in this indictment are in fact confined.
Okay.
We have
Now,
recordings.
Now listen to this. She brings up the stuff that the other people are doing, right? But when Steele mentioned how the judge gave bond and gave plea deal to those other people, he said everybody has their own merit, right? So why is she using other things of other people doing, like the passing of the drug and the shank in there? None of it was done by Jeffrey Williams. All of it was done by other people. In fact, that whole drug pass, that guy got a charge. Jeffrey Williams didn't get a charge because he's not the one who went to pass the drug. You get what I'm saying? So why is she using things that these other people doing to justify him not getting a bond? But when Steele tried to give that part of what Judge Glanville gave to other people, he says everyone is by their own merit. So why isn't everyone by their own merit when she's talking about it? Quite good. That's a question, y'all.
persons who are charged with Mr. Williams reaching out to other parties on the indictment, requesting permission from Mr. Williams to do harm to an opposition member who is in jail with the calling party. We have calls that are recorded of persons reaching out to Mr. Williams and conveying Mr. Williams's phone number and telling the called party, save this number under my name, just in case, the police get the phone. Everyone inside and who is associated with YSL knows who they need to keep the hands clean for, because Mr. Williams is the money that attracts the action and the willingness to act.
So this was done July 2023, last year. This was July last year when they came for a bond request. This was last year.
When the shooting occurred that is referenced in the indictment of the bus for which Jimmy Winfrey was later convicted, it occurred at the same time that Mr. Williams was on stage.
Listen, Winfrey case was overturned. She's not telling that either. Winfrey case was overturned. She only mentioned the conviction. The conviction was overturned, lady. She didn't even mention that.
In the other artist's hometown, getting a not so receptive reaction from the audience. Your Honor, in 2015, of course, the court is aware that the state alleges that Mr. Donovan Thomas was killed as a result of conflict with opposition members, and that the vehicle, we do and can state that witnesses state that the vehicle that was used was one rented by Mr. Williams. We have proffers from persons who have pled, who have said that Mr. Williams then gave everyone money to get out of town that same night.
Well, y'all heard the proffer, the people that came into testimony, and they said something different. They never said he gave him money to get out of town.
In 2015, understanding that this particular evidence won't be used at trial, much like hearsay is inadmissible. But in 2015, Mr. Williams is found with guns and drugs inside his home, one of them purchased through a straw purchase. You would think after being arrested for that in 2022, he wouldn't have a cache of drugs inside his kitchen, a whole drug store, in fact, inside his kitchen. But not only does he have that, he has guns that have been modified with switches to make them automatic and other firearms inside his home. The person who is listed on the indictment, Mr. Jamari Holmes, as a victim of murder and for which Rodelius Ryan and Damone Blaylock were convicted, those persons, after the killing, placed on social media something akin to slime over hose. In 2022, there are two persons who are friends with this defendant are gunned down and killed. The same day or a day after, a picture is posted with Mr. Chamel drinks by Kelvin Watts. And the picture has a zipper face over it and two black shells underneath. A day or two later, Chamel drinks is gunned down. The defendant is charged with being a leader of YSL. The legislature made a point of carving out a separate and additional statute for one who is the leader. Because though the leader may be the one that associates want to keep the hands clean for, they are the ones with the most influence. Jurors have come in and expressed or have shown themselves to be unwilling to be truthful out of fear. Witnesses are afraid and intimidated.
I don't know about the jurors, but the witnesses, only ones I can.
Did you hear that? This is what Steele was talking about when he made that comment recently, y'all. This is exactly what Steele, because remember, she just said jurors and afraid to go. Oh, oh. This is what Steele put in the paperwork just recently. He argued that. Remember, he stood up and he was going in. Remember that? Should I play that? This is what he was talking about. With Love Lied. Do you remember he mentioned this? Hold on, let me put a pause on this for a second. Let me go get it. Hold on. This is when Steele, remember Steele argued this just recently? Hold on, y'all. Let me go get it from my thing. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on, it's in my stash. Hold on. What was day 87, right? Which day was it? 87? We just watched it. Was it day 87? Was it day 87? The day he got arrested. What day was it? 87? Hold on, yes. Hold on. Trying to get the date. Hold on. Trying to pull it up. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Hold on.
Copeland's supposed counsel and counsel for defendants. And a look as if I tried from Mr. Copeland's supposed counsel in the direction of counsel for the defendants after Mr. Melnick attempted to assert for Mr. Copeland. Mr. May I finish?
Let her finish, Mr. Melnick. Please sit down. I'll let you start. Okay? All right. Thank you, sir.
While Mr. Copeland is on the stand stating that he wants to testify, that he will testify rather. So we are watching, and Mr. Melnick, I believe it may even be captured on film. The court can look at it. Mr. Melnick turns to the direction of counsel for the defendants and motions like, that's it. Then, upon information and belief, as we are standing out waiting for the jury to come in, Mr. Copeland requests to speak with counsel for the state, but Mr. Melnick keeps walking in. Then, as
Does he at any point in time tell you? Does he at any point in time tell you I'm not going to testify? I'm invoke the Fifth Amendment.
No. As what happens, as Mr. Copeland requested to speak with the state, Mr. Melnick keeps going in, regardless of Mr. Copeland's request to speak with the state. And then we learn that Mr. Melnick tells Mr. Copeland they are going to hammer you. So Ms. Hilton comes back in and asks me, had I spoken with Mr. Melnick? Had I told him that we are going to hammer Mr. Copeland? The state had not made any such communication with anybody. So what we are seeing, we believe, is tampering with witnesses, this particular witness on the part of people who are not the state. So we are concerned. I don't know that Mr. Copeland's interest is being represented when that interest may not be in alignment with the people that Mr. Melnick is communicating with on breaks. And after Mr. Copeland has communicated to this court, he will testify. So watching the goings on as Mr. Copeland is not on the stand.
I'll let Mr. Melnick in just a second make whatever remarks he wants. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah, I would like, my understanding is, I'm going to proffer this, but that the great investigator who is looking at me, and I trust her, I'd like to call her to witness. I was told I was not there. I was told that, and I forget her name, I know her first name, but her last name.
Look at brown face, y'all. Look at brown face. Look at brown face.
Investigator Long, and I may be wrong.
Look at brown face.
Heard Mr. Copeland prior to coming in to the courtroom, almost immediately prior, state, and I'm reading from Mr. Kokomo. If I have to go to jail, then lock me up. And then the Honorable David Botts told me, as I was walking in, that he heard. He's right behind me, so he should be speaking for himself. But he heard Kenneth Copeland tell the prosecution, if I said the wrong people, please correct it.
Hold on, I'm trying to get the part where it's still going in.
I'm not saying anybody did anything.
Hold on. He's still.
Where you come across, the court instructs you.
Of the file have been extracted and purposefully kept out of what is given to the state.
This is the part.
So we are asking again that the court compel either, you know what? And if they don't want to, then we're asking that they just be excluded.
Okay, here comes
Mr. Steele, do you have the raw file?
Judge Lamb,
Sir.
you allow another moment when Ms. Love calls me that I did not do something. They have the exact image of what we got from the jail in Fayette County. That is it. And if I get another false allegation and you do nothing, I'm shocked. I'm appalled at you. I sit here day after day with this false allegation, just machine. I gave the state everything. There's been no disconstruction. There's been no purposeful, I don't care. I give over everything. I've done this for 33 years. Never in my life have I seen a trial. I've done 300
appeals in the state of Georgia alone. I've never read a case like this. Judge, I gave them everything I had. I waited. I was at my office till 8. After 8 last night, I waited for their investigator to come by. I handed him an exact copy of thumb drive. They have everything that we got from the Fayette County Jail. There's been no deconstruction. There's been no purposeful exclusion. This is not the first time.
Okay.
And I apologize that I'm getting tempered, but I've never been treated like this. You talk about professionalism every week. Professionalism is lacking with one lawyer here. It has never been. I don't even like coming to court. I used to love this. I would die for what we do. I used to say, I'm dying. I would die. I couldn't choose a better profession. If I had litigated with Miss Love, I would.
Your Honor, could we strike the
No,
ad hominem
I'm
attacks? Really,
speaking.
could we strike that?
Okay, hey, everybody, calm down. Everybody, both of you, please be seated.
Judge, I'm not
Both
done.
of you, please be seated.
You have to do something. You have threatened me with contempt. You have threatened me with jail. If you go back in time, we can just start in voir dire.
Okay.
Juror after juror, you did individual voir dire painfully. Miss Love would come in and say that juror was crying. It was not true. You would say, that's not my recollection after I said it. You did nothing. We start the
But
case.
Mr. Steele.
I asked you, please.
Mr. Steele.
Please, Judge, how would you feel if you were being treated like
Mr. Steele.
this?
Mr.
Well, I'd
Steele.
like to finish.
Mr. Steele.
I gave them everything on that drive, and it's continual abuse of a prosecutor, of another member of the bar. I don't talk with Miss Love. And that's fine. I like that. But Judge, I'm not going to stand here.
Okay, that's the part I was talking about where she said about the juror. She used that in the argument for him not to get a bond. Hold on, let me just go ahead on and go back to the video. Let me go back to our video. All right, here we go. That's the part that she says about the juror right here.
I can listen to and turn through properly what you're telling me at this point in time, that you've actually interviewed, so.
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
The defendant is charged with being a leader of YSL. The legislature made a point of carving out a separate and additional statute for one who is the leader. Because though the leader may be the one that associates want to keep the hands clean for, they are the ones with the most influence. Jurors have come in and expressed or have shown themselves to be unwilling to be truthful out of fear. Witnesses are afraid and intimidated.
I don't know about the jurors, but the witnesses, only ones I can listen to and turn through properly what you're telling me at this point in time, that you've actually interviewed, so.
Yes,
I'll make that clear.
thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, even after, again, being arrested and having been found with drugs and guns in his home, the defendant in DeKalb County is stopped and found with drugs and guns. I believe that at a previous bond hearing, FTA was referenced by the prosecution. Mr. Steele's assertions regarding the nutritional content of the food that the defendant has chosen to consume while he has been confined does not rise to the level of warranting additional circumstances that merit the defendant's release during trial. We would ask that the court find that based on the actions of the defendant, he presents a risk of committing additional felonies and that he poses a risk of intimidating or threatening witnesses. Your Honor, incidents prior to the ones charged in this indictment involve the defendant's presence at other violent felonies, his participation in them, and witnesses' statements that Thug made me do it. I knew I should have followed my mind and ran with him. Other people who are named in the indictment were charged and later convicted, but the defendant is the one who managed to avoid being
Yeah.
accountable or held accountable for the.
Now, y'all remember Bean's testimony? Y'all remember Bean's testimony? That was Beans that she's talking about. Remember what he said? He never said Thug made him do it. Y'all remember Beans?
Actions.
Ms. Love, can I ask you a couple of clarifications? When did the
Snitch hoes get murked.
snitch hoes get murked and then they and their kids get
That was in 2010 at the time of Quintavious Greer's trial.
Y'all
Okay.
heard that?
And
2010. And remember this, she's arguing about bond right now. So she's telling you something about 2010.
the incidents where calls were made,
Was that more recently?
yes, it
When was
is.
that?
Those were made in 2021.
Any calls or any other things after the commencement of this particular trial?
Yes.
Anything after December of 2022? Or into 2023?
As we are still reviewing the calls that we have received, I've not come upon ones from 2023. I can only point with respect to things that have been observed by officers and members of the state's staff, the drug transactions that have occurred.
Did you have interviews with more recently? Some of the things you told me, are those based upon witness interviews that you have indicated that have been held sometime by your office, sometime during 2022?
Yes,
Or in 2023?
yes.
All right, madam, anything else?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
So funny. But you got it. You gave it to her.
Mr. Steele, anything else, sir?
You gave it to her. You gave it.
Your Honor, I reject the proffer. I would ask you to order the prosecution to hand to the court and to Mr. Williams' counsel, snitch hoes get murked, then their kids in 2010. That did not happen.
She's an officer of the court,
And so am I.
okay, and
And you should.
I believe a lot, Mr. Samuels attempted to, when he was involved in this case, to have me do that, and the law doesn't require me to do that.
Your Honor, if you rely on that, you should know what you're relying on. It does not exist. Calls made in 2021, it's a wiretap that they may be referring to. Mr. Williams is not on a wiretap. I've listened to every call.
Okay, well, I'm going to give that less weight than I would the conversations that Ms. Love has had with recent witnesses in 22 and 23.
Let me give you something out of discovery. Mr. Eppinger's mother said that Jeffrey Williams ruined her son's life, recruited him into this YSL criminal street gang, and led her son down the wrong path. Mr. Eppinger's mother is mentally ill. She's never met Jeffrey Williams, and her son never said that. That is the type of information you are being given today to rely upon. Ask the state for the proof. There's no problem. You'd ask me for the proof, and I'd say, here it is. Your Honor,
She didn't show any proof.
this conversation that Ms. Love wants to have about the legislature made it different for leaders. She does not cite any provision of law because it doesn't exist. Bond.
It's not really relevant for my bond determination at this point in time in terms of, I mean, still, I have to look at the other factors and that's my principal guiding foundation.
Aren't you concerned that some
Oh God, this is funny, y'all. This is funny. He said it doesn't exist, right? He said, "Oh, I'm not going to use that as a bond consideration," but she gave it as an argument. Oh my God, this is so funny. This is so funny. I'm laughing because it's sad, y'all. It's sad. It's sad because you see the biasness in this whole bond thing. Even when he was reading the bond condition request thing, he was turning papers, stapling papers, and all that kind of stuff, y'all. Come on.
Your Honor, that you're being told misrepresentations. At some point, do you just think
If that's the case, then there are other remedies for this court to undertake and other bodies that this court can refer those matters to. I have to take your proffers that you tell me as counsel when we all go through a very lengthy licensure to include a professional ethics MPRE examination given in tandem with our licensure as lawyers. So I think most people take that pretty seriously because to lie to the tribunal is pretty serious. So if I find that out later on, I'll make the appropriate decision.
Mr. Williams will still be potentially rotting in jail?
He
To
said,
the point the rubber's met the road, Your Honor, I'm telling the
the
court.
judge said, if
I'm-
we find out basically if she's lying, he's going to take care of it later on. Oh, God. Has he taken care of it at all, y'all? Did you hear what he just said? Should I rewind it, what the judge just said? Did you hear what the judge... El Hombre Negro is right here. So he says, Miss Love got he facts together, Mr. Steele. You mean her facts? I don't think she's a he. Miss Love got her facts together. You know how many people have said that she lied? Melnick said she lied. Adam said she lied. Who else said she lied? Weinstein said she lied. Love got her facts together. Do better, Mr. Steele. That's what. And you spell Steele's name wrong. There's no E at the end. Okay, let's see. Let me finish playing this. El Hombre believes she's telling the truth. El Hombre believes she's telling the truth. Hold on a second. Let me finish playing this. I just don't like that he allows the state to talk for that. Yeah. Bias, I'm telling y'all, it's all written up. I mean, you just watch this video. Just watch every single video, every single motion. I went through the paperwork, y'all. There was over 600 and something motions. 90% he went against the defense. 90% he went against the defense. He only approved 10% of the defenses.
Imploring the court to, if you're relying on that proffer, please ask to see the evidence. Going back, every other term used here is in the indictment. Those are the allegations. The state wants to turn it upside down and say, well, just presume that this happened. Presume now a search that was illegal. Let's presume that as well. The failure to appear, what they didn't tell you was there was no notice given. It was a speeding ticket that got dismissed. That's the failure to appear. Your Honor, you are being given information that is not appropriate. I'm telling the court that Mr. Williams, I would not come before the court for the third time. Mr. Williams can have a bond with whatever conditions the court needs. It will just be the right thing to do under law, under IALA, which is AYALA. I'll answer any of your other questions, but the tour bus, Mr. Williams was, Mr. Love rather put Mr. Williams in that. Mr. Williams was out of state. He was not charged in Cobb County. And there's a memo from the Cobb County District Attorney. He's now a Superior Court judge, the Honorable then District Attorney Reynolds, saying there is not enough evidence to charge Mr. Williams in any crime involving the tour bus shooting that involved a gentleman who performs under the name Little Wayne. That's what you're being told, though, today, that somehow Mr. Williams was involved. And I'm telling you different.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Did he just say still never said false information? Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna just let you be a joker in here.
All right. Under Ayala versus the state, or pursuant to Ayala versus the state decision by the Supreme Court of Georgia and its progeny going forward, decided February the 5th of 1993, cited at 262 Georgia 704. It's still our seminal case in Georgia in regards to the nature of bond.
We already know.
Of course, a trial court may release a person on bail if the court finds a person, one, poses no significant risk of flight from the jurisdiction of the court or failing to appear in court when required. Two, poses no significant threat or danger to any person, to the community, or property in the community. Three, poses no significant risk of committing any felony pending trial. And four, poses no significant risk of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstruction the administration of justice. And that's OCGA 17-6-1 Echo. It requires the trial court to explain its reasons for the grant and denial of bond to assist in appellate review. That's Lane at 247 Georgia at 389. The granting or denial of bail will not be set aside unless there's a manifest and flagrant abuse of discretion. And that's a very old case, Jernigan versus the state, 118 Georgia, 307 pinpoint 308 1903. IELA requires, and we all know this, and this has been stated in earlier hearings, that the defendant has the burden of coming forward initially with evidence to show that he or she poses, I should say, no significant risk of fleeing, threatening the community, committing another crime, or intimidating witness. This burden of production means that the person charged with murder must present evidence at the bond hearing on the factors that indicate roots in the community, which Mr. Williams has done on prior occasions. These factors include the defendant's length and character of the residence in the community, employment status and history, past history of responding to legal process, and prior criminal record. Court cites Lane 247 Georgia at 388. Once the defendant meets the burden of production, the state may present evidence to rebut it, placing, and then the court goes on to say that this is proper to place the burden of production on the defendant. So at that point in time, once that occurs,
Not the earring. That's not a hearing aid. That's earring.
to protect the presumption of innocence, Ayala goes on to say the state has the burden of persuasion in convincing the Superior Court that the defendant.
It's an earring, not a hearing aid. It's an earring, just in case you didn't hear me.
Is not entitled to pretrial release. This requirement means the state has the burden of proving by preponderance of the evidence that the trial court should deny bail either to secure the defendant's appearance in court or to protect the community. Depending on the quality of the defendant's evidence, the state may not need to present any evidence to carry its burden of persuasion. So I have determined in this case that Mr. Williams has in fact met the preliminary standards to show that he has ties to the community and roots in the community. And I find that his employment status and history are sufficient. The thing that still troubles the court that's been presented to the state by the state in this particular continued proffer is that one of the factors I'm supposed to consider is or decide is whether or not Mr. Williams poses significant risk of intimidation or threatening of witnesses in particular. The state's proffer of recent conversations and interviews with witnesses in this case, attributing conduct of Mr. Williams asking for permission to harm others. The court finds that that would make him impose a significant risk to the community. For that reason, I'm going to deny bond, continue to deny bond this time. That's my ruling. Okay. All right, Mr. Weinstein.
Your Honor, this customary my role. Could we take a brief conference break this time?
Yes, we can, sir. All right, we'll be in recess. Mr. Steele, just so you may release yourself at any point in time to Judge Ingram, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll be in recess 10 minutes.
All right, so that's that part. They're going in a meeting. You know what? Patty, behave. Behave, Patty. Okay, let me stop showing that screen now. The court felt that way, no bond. All right, let's go ahead on and hold on a second. I got something else to read to you guys. Hold on. All right. That was a renewed motion for the bond. All right, so I wanted to show you guys a couple of things. Mr. Baldwin, Alec Baldwin, just recently, his case was recently dismissed. And the reason why is because discovery evidence and stuff like that was not given or was hidden from them. And remember, the same situation happened. They didn't with even Lucy. They didn't meet the deadline, and the judge threw out those particular things, discovery and stuff like that, that was not given. Well, Judge Glanville said to the state that if anything is not given to the defense, that they'll be in violation and stuff like that. Well, nothing has been done with the Brady violation, right? Nothing. Because as of the 10th of July, the state submitted some paperwork. Hold on, let me just go get it for you guys. And they were missing something. Hold on. The 10th. Just hold on a second. I'm going through these documents. Hold on. I'm looking for a date. Hold on a second. I'm looking for the 10th. Just hold on, hold on, hold on. Trying to get it for y'all. Hold on. So I constantly Trying to find a date on here. One second, guys. I was trying to get it for you guys. Just one second. I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get it. It's like so many documents, you know. It's like tons and tons. Hold on. I put it in my file here. Just trying to pull it up. I don't want to have to pull it up again. Pull it out. And you know me, I don't know how to use these Apple products. Still learning. When I put something up in here, I gotta go in. Let me see. File. I need to find the downloads. Okay, let's go here, take it down. Open file, open. Okay, here we go. Downloads. There we go. Okay, this is what right here. Okay, now this is what they submitted. Okay, Liz, I'm gonna send it to you so you can read it. I'm gonna send it to you right now. Liz, I just sent it to you. I just sent it. All right, Liz, you should have it now. Somebody's complaining. Somebody's complaining. Okay, they can go take on their butt on or someplace else. Okay. Liz, are you coming in? Hey, lady.
Hey, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna read the certificate of discovery supplemental, right?
Yep. This is stuff. Go ahead.
This is to certify that I have this day in accordance with OCGA 17-6-1 served counsel of record for the above listed defendant with a copy of the following marked items. We, the state, are also filing a certificate with the court. However, the media listed below, due to its nature, has not been filed with the clerk's office.
Did you hear that?
Me?
Did you hear that? What did she said? Has not been filed with the clerk office. Why?
Right. Brady material from DDA Hilton to defense counsel has not been filed with the clerk's office.
Has
Bro,
not been filed.
circus. You just keep coming with this. You just keep bringing.
Did you read it? Has not been filed.
No typo. Have not. If you do not receive any of the above checked items, please contact the prosecutor immediately. If the defendant elects to opt into the discovery process under OCGA 17-16-2 as required and subsequently refuses to receive discovery via Dropbox link, any and all discoverable items in the state's possession, to include physical evidence associated with this case, are available for examination and copying by appointment only.
So
But the-
what date is that paperwork?
July 1st this year.
July 1st. So when was she supposed to have all discovery in? Wasn't it last year?
Definitely was last year.
Okay.
Definitely was last year.
Isn't that one of the reason Baldwin had case was dismissed because
Withholding evidence for sure.
withholding evidence? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. All right. I just want to see, I just
Just putting it out there.
I just want to put it out there. I look,
Please.
I just want to put it out there because the defense been saying that they haven't gotten some discovery and stuff like that. I just want to put it out there, y'all. I just want to put it out there. And that was written by who? The state, right?
That was the state. This was the state. I hereby certify that I have on June 6, 2024 at 8:10 p.m., June 10, 2024 at 6:54 a.m., and on June 12, 2024 at 9:23 p.m., served the within and foregoing Brady material upon the counsel of record for the defendants by email to the court and these said attorneys on this first day of July this year. Oh, some signed by Fonnie Willis and Adrian Love.
Oh, really? Okay.
Demons.
We'll see what happened with that.
That's wild.
Very wild. Didn't it say discovery?
Yeah, certificate of discovery supplemental.
Okay. All right.
I mean, how do they keep getting away with this stuff? That's the whole question that I can't figure out how to make it make sense. Someone needs to call that judge from New Mexico and tell her to get on the phone with Love and give her a tutorial.
It had to have been a mistake. That's what that lady said.
No typo. No typo.
No typo. It's the day. They just got it. It just put it in there. So what happened is right now they're trying to perfect everything. So there's stuff that's why the transcript and all that stuff is being given now. Because all of this is going to be reviewed. All of this is going to be reviewed, guys. Because one of the motions that Steele and them put in is regarding the discovery. Shard talked about it not getting discovery, and they had been withholding things, and they was find things later on. So that's what's happening right now. Shard made a motion about not receiving discovery. Now all of a sudden stuff start popping up. So that's going to be something that's going to be argued as well. Yep. Just getting home. Please update me, please. Ooh, it's been so much, Mr. Big Play Bray. It's been so much. We played a video of the bond hearing, the last bond hearing that Judge Glanville denied, and we went over. She read the bond motion that Steele put in last year, and let's see. It's a lot of stuff that's going to be looked at. There's going to be a lot of stuff looked at. A lot of things that's going to be looked at of stuff that was done. You will see. We watched an old bond hearing and heard nothing but lies from the state. As usual, you're caught up. You know what? Life of K, you funny. Didi said this has been many mistakes since this trial has started. They're playing with the people's lives. So there's court on Monday. No, Tim K. Still no court. The judge, you should be able to hear something from the judge on Monday. Monday, I'm going to go down to the courthouse. I don't know if she's going to have a hearing. I was told that she doesn't necessarily have to have a hearing. She can make that decision on her own. No, there's nothing that's been said yet. And you remember she was late. She was late. I know people like, oh, she wasn't late. Yes, she was. She was supposed to put it in before 5 o'clock. She put it in at 5:42. She was late. And if it was Judge Adam wouldn't allow her to put it in. Judge Adam would have just threw it out and made a decision based on what was already there. So we don't know if Judge Claus is going to allow it. We don't know if she's going to say anything. Hey, Liz.
I'm sorry, my iPad died right in the middle.
Okay. So we don't know if it was accepted in the system, but we don't know if she's going to accept it as part of her ruling. We don't know.
I had asked you a question in the chat a little while. Like, do you have any even guesses on why Kraus has taken this long and what, do you know what I mean? Like, where are we going from here?
She's gonna make a decision on whether he should be recused. She's gonna make a decision.
You don't think she already in her mind has her decision? I'm just wondering why it's taking her so long to respond. When was the date?
She's gonna read all the paper because still there's several motions that has been submitted between the last time between the recusal motions. There's a lot of motion that has been submitted that she has to review a lot of that stuff already.
Steele stays busy.
Let me show you what Steele just recently put in. Because he put in a thumb drive. Let me show you what he put in. Hold on.
What'd you say?
Steele put in this right here for the thumb drive just recently. My phone, my laptop died.
I'm saying, see?
Hold on, let me go
Other-
to my desktop. I'm going upstairs to my desktop. My laptop
That's right.
died, Josh. Hold on. You jinxed me, Liz.
It's because we've been doing this. We've been on here a long time today.
I
so we
know.
can't-
Hold on. Let me just go ahead on. Let me go ahead on to my desktop. Hold on. I was about to show you the motion that Steele put in. Hold on. I thought I had my thing plugged in for me to continue, but I did not. But I'm gonna leave it on the phone. I'll be right. Don't leave, okay?
Okay.
All right, here I am. I'm back. Y'all should block who? Who are they saying we should block? Who you talking to? Who?
We got plenty of mods in here too, so I'm sure they're on. I can't see the chat right now. Keith got him.
What happened?
I don't know what happened, but I just got on the chat. Keith got whoever it was.
Jeez, what happened? Who did? Auntie, he's being rude. Oh, he's being rude. He's been rude all night. I'm surprised y'all didn't get him before. Why are you unhiding him? He's been rude all night. I don't understand. If somebody hides somebody, why y'all unhiding him?
He was talking crazy. I don't know if he always talks crazy. I don't really know who it is, but
No,
tonight
it's
he-
not the difference of opinion. There's nothing wrong with difference of opinions. The rudeness and disrespect, that's the problem.
yeah, and Keith.
You could
That's
have
what
a
he put in the
difference
chat. He was rude.
You could have a difference of opinion. There's no problem with when you
Yeah, we
being
respect the
disrespectful.
difference of opinion. We don't respect rude complainers and all that stuff.
If you're being disrespectful, there's no tolerance for that. I mean, that's just the way it is. I wouldn't want nobody being disrespectful to other people's in the chat, period.
Yeah, look at Keith's last comment. He had to go.
You said, go down to the courthouse and find it since you're not finding it so fast enough. Like he's rude and he asking you to get, yeah, he's been rude all night. And I try to ignore him. That's not having a difference of opinion. That's being disrespectful.
Thank you, Keith.
You could disagree with me all you want, but when you're being disrespectful. I think, yeah, for some strange reason, I don't understand why I think it's cool for people just to talk to me any kind of way. And then when I come after them, they have a problem with it.
And what's so crazy is, you know how many YouTube channels there are? Like, why are they
There's
even
a
in here
lot. Exactly.
to talk that bull? Like, we don't even, it makes no sense. Find something better to do with your time. I was saying earlier, I want to go back and replay that D'Angelo White testimony. Do you feel like some of the testimony's been so far back, like DK, D'Angelo White, like some of those? I mean, I remember like the main part of what they were saying, but like I'd like to go back too and replay those. So I think,
Yeah, you have to, because that's how you get a full understanding and match it with what's being said before and what happens afterward.
right.
Gangsta Diva says, don't waste your time talking about them. That's true. You're right. I got other things to do. But it's just like when people try to justify the action of somebody else talking about, oh, because you have a difference of opinion, you're blocking it. No, you have to read everything that has been said. I've been ignoring him throughout the whole time. I've ignored him.
No, I just think what it was, Pretty Brown Eyes came in like she had been in here. She just didn't catch what had happened, so I think she was
No,
like,
no,
"What?"
no, no, no. I was talking about GM. I wasn't talking about Pretty Brown House.
Oh, I
Talking about
see, Jason. My bad.
GM said that why block him if he had a difference of
Different. Oh, I see. Yeah.
opinion. Do you know YouTube have rules of being courteous in the chat and not being disrespectful? Do you know that's a part of the rules in there? I'm talking to them. Did you know that YouTube have that policy about being
It's like an
disrespectful?
ethics. Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
an ethics code kind of.
yeah, but I'm just saying it. YouTube has it in there.
And if you're the host or if you're the person whose channel it is, they'd be quick to put a yellow mark on you. But the chat, they can while out and they don't say. I mean, they don't keep track of that anyway. That's right. You digging me said it right.
All right, what were you saying before about the old videos?
I was saying I like to go back
Phone
and
don't
replay like some just the mains, like the main witnesses. So like
Your
Tick,
phone, your
DK.
phone was going out. It was going out a few
Oh, can you
seconds
hear
ago.
me? Can you hear me? My bad. Can you hear
Kind
me?
of like a break in it. Can y'all hear her good? Because I was having trouble.
Let me know if I'm chopping up. Is it clear?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just saying the main witnesses like
Very good. It's acting
DK's
up
Tick.
again. It's acting up again.
I'm about to go back into the YouTube in the chat and put my comment in, but is it clear now? I'll try one more
Yeah, it's
time.
clear now. It's just that when, go ahead.
I was just saying that I was going back to look at like the main witnesses, Tick, DK. I didn't get to D'Angelo White, but like Bean, I want to, because I forget kind of some of the testimony that they had and where so much has happened since then. I think it's good to go back.
I don't want to go back to everybody, but is there specific?
No, not you. I was saying I've been doing that. Like while we're waiting, I've been doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's helpful to do that because it's like it brings back some, and not every witness. I mean, I'm not going through everybody, but it's just like I haven't gone back to any of the law enforcement officers or any of that, but I just did Tick, DK. I did Bean, and I still have to do D'Angelo White. And I just skip through it like quickly because there's a lot of points that, Steele will bring up or Love will try to double down on something. And it's like, I like to go back and be like, did that really happen that way? Did they really say that? That's just me
Yeah.
though, while I'm waiting.
Yeah, it's the thing that one of the things that the state, well, Love and Hilton was saying that all these people were afraid to testify because of the repercussion that they were going to receive for testifying, right? And when they asked them the question, "Are you afraid?" they kept saying no, they're not afraid. They weren't afraid to testify.
Right. I believe that though. They need to be more afraid of the Hilton in Love show. That's what they should be afraid of, because the way they act up, the way they did Woody, like they're just not right. So that's what, if I was any of them, I'd be more afraid of them. I mean, if they're bringing up cases from, what is it, like 10 years ago, 9 years ago, like cases that people already did a bid, or you know what I mean? They pled out or did a bid or whatever it is, they adjudicated, they resolved the case. That should be like, no, like you shouldn't even be able to bring that up, because why? I know it's a RICO and I get that, but the fact is, like, that's stuff's been resolved, and I just think it's wild that they can still bring it up, even for like to show bad character or whatever it is. The jury doesn't really need to know some of that stuff. And somebody said in the chat tonight, and they were right, like Doug hasn't even really been tied directly to anything yet. So what are we doing? The man spent 26, what'd you say, Mr. Sylvia? 26 months he's been locked.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't yet, in 100 days, haven't been, like, what if maybe I'm wrong. In chat, you can tell if you think that, I mean, tell me if you think that he has been directly tied to something, but from what I've watched, I haven't seen him directly tied to anything yet.
But I haven't seen it being as an organized crime gang thing. Because, okay, first of all, they say it was a hybrid gang. So a hybrid gang does not mean there's no structure, there's no anything that would.
Yeah, there's no book, there's no, you know what I mean? There's no, you're right, no structure. It's not organized. It's not like.
And it seemed like individuals were doing their own crime for their own purpose. Like, you know, like DK mentioned how he was robbing because he wanted to take care of his family. His mother needed
Same with
money.
Tick.
Yeah, Tick, Susan.
Yeah. I mean, those boys owned up to their own. They got up on that stand. You know, and I mean, I'm not here to debate whether or not they ratted, they didn't rat, they this, that, whatever it is. But all I'm saying is, they got up and they owned what they did, and they didn't put Young Thug in any of their mess. That I recall. Like I said, I've watched it twice now. So.
Yeah, they were doing their own thing. They were selling drugs. They were doing their own little thing because you didn't see them saying, "Hey, we had to give the money back to the leader of the thing and put it together, pool it together." They never did anything. The only thing that they talk about where Doug helped them pay the rent was when somebody needed rent money and then he helped them out. But that wasn't
for the spot. Yeah, but that right, the web or whatever they call it, that could have been, and that's the thing. That means nothing. Like, you know what I mean? It's that place could have been for people who had nowhere to go, or who, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even think that place got raided ever. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think, like, Doug paying a portion of that rent could have been anything. It certainly doesn't make him a gang leader, though.
Yeah, I mean, there was some mischievous stuff when he was younger, when it was, you know, when it was out there as kids. You saw those videos, but that's when they were. I mean, I don't know.
Like I said before, too, a couple of weeks ago in the chat, if we all got put to the test for our stuff that we did as teenagers, or as, you know, even as far as early 20s, the world would be done. The world would be done. Like, come on, I don't know too many angels, anyways, in my life. I don't really know too many people that have never dealt with law enforcement. I just don't know anybody like that. Maybe it's just where I'm from, but I don't know anyone like that.
All right. Ruth says, what stood out to be, I guess to me, about DK that people don't mention is when he got arrested for this case, he recently got out of prison a few months prior. Yeah.
How long was he locked? Yeah, he was He wrapped
He did
something up.
7 years, I think. I think he got 7 years.
Yeah.
Oh, 8 years. One of those, 7 or 8 years. He got out, and then they put this thing on him.
That's right, tall glass. Nothing concrete. Nothing at all. Right.
Yeah, it's been really, really crazy.
It's lies on top of lies. It's not, I mean, it's lies, just literally the lies overwhelm the truth when it comes to her. It's that for me. And it's also, why does she get to keep interrupting everybody? Mr. Melnick, Mr. Steele, it doesn't matter who it is up there. She'll just fix herself and stand right up. And then Glanville lets her get away with it and then turns around and he'll bash or cook any other defense attorney that stands up and interrupts her. You notice that, right?
Yeah.
That's wicked. Like that, just that. I mean, we have so many examples of bias, so many examples of double standard, but really, just that one, it's consistent. It's been that way through the whole trial. You know what I mean? Even what you showed tonight, it was like a perfect picture. That's why I don't know who. Oh, somebody was in the chat asking about. Remember they asked you how you feel about love, or because they heard bad. It's like that tonight. What you showed was a perfect picture of who love is in Glanville too. The disrespect is wild.
All right, somebody just sent me an email. He says, "Do people actually believe this SHIT?" And then it says, "We are in a crisis, and you're busy trying to scam people. Wow, you are a very special kind of evil praying for you." And let me find out whose number this is. Hold on a second. This is a person. They just text that just now. They have a whole bunch of numbers on this.
Text or an email?
Hold on, I'm trying to see whose number is this. Hold on a second. Where's area code 209?
209. Hold on.
What area code is that?
I'm looking it up.
It's in California. It's in California. Oakland, California. It's a group of them.
A group of what?
Group of people. I'm gonna take this to it's a group of people. They send me this message. I guess they want to harass me. It's about 18 people in this group. 18 people.
I block it.
Oh.
I block it.
No, I'm gonna take this to when I do a police report because this is a form of harassment. They said this somebody's in Chicago, somebody's in Maryland, Georgia, Virginia, New York. It's 18 of them on this list. It's not a link, Miss Jam. It's somebody in this chat in this channel right now watching me.
From the bushes?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And you got it on your text or your email?
On my phone. On my phone. They just text me on my phone.
People are weird. It's 12:40 at night on a Saturday, and people are sending her out. Like, what is it?
They don't want me to start calling out their phone number. I'll be wrong to do that, right?
Oh, I'm doing it if it's me. They're lucky they sent it to you, because if it's me, I'm dropping the number.
And I would be wrong if I dropped these phone numbers. Would I be wrong, y'all?
Not if you accidentally sent it to me and I dropped it. I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Look, would I be wrong? Start calling out all these phone numbers on here. Would I be wrong?
Chat. Put it in the chat. Yes
Chat.
or no?
Would I be wrong if I just start giving y'all these numbers that's on here? Because they want to harass me at 12 o'clock, 12:42 midnight. They want to send me messages.
We got
Would I be
350 people in here too. That you drop one number and 350 people could call them. You want to talk about harassment?
They want to call me and contact my number. Okay, here comes the first number, y'all. Ready?
Ready.
They want to mess with me. 209-613-3539.
I'm calling it right now on my phone.
You think that's doxing? They call me. They send message on my phone.
Forwarded to an automatic voice message.
Because they watching. They blocked. They put. You see what they did? They put.
What? Drop the next one. What's the next one?
Don't do it. They call. Look, if you got the nerve to get on my phone and text me this evilness, then you deserve it to be.
You just heard me call it though, right? When I had my phone on
Not
speaker.
doxing. They don't want calling me. You shouldn't do it.
To voicemail.
They forward you to voicemail.
Sure did.
Then whoever it is, if you don't stop, I'm gonna give the rest of y'all numbers out. You better leave me alone. I'm serious. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
That's the one warning. Respectfully.
You see me getting in trouble. Look, they're the one putting they're harassing me. I'm sitting here minding my business. Why are you texting my phone? I don't want to see you get in trouble.
How would you get in trouble?
I'm just saying, how am I getting in trouble? You sending messages to me like this? I am.
Someone said they put it in airplane mode. That's exactly what they did. Exactly what they did.
Because they're watching right now. They're watching us right now. At 12:32, you're going to leave them a message. It's a group. 18 people in this group.
That's wild.
No, report them to the police. I ain't reporting them to YouTube because YouTube ain't got nothing to do with it. They're on my phone. This is my phone that they got, my personal phone number.
It's like a group chat. Like the group.
It's a group chat. There's a whole bunch of them in here. It's 18 people.
I want to know what they're saying, though.
18 people. They got Alabama, California. I'm looking at the area code.
Trolling.
Chicago, Maryland, Georgia, New York, Virginia. What's 803? 830. What area code is that? What's 830? You send me
Texas.
one more message. Send me one more message. Send me one more message and I'm going to give every single one of y'all numbers out on here. Seriously. Send me one more message. Keep harassing me.
Bro, get your life. Get your whole life together. This is.
I'm sitting here at 12:32. These people sending me message in a group chat. Keep it up.
And watching from the sidelines. Like, come out to the chat.
I'm telling you, y'all send me one more nasty message and I will put every single one of y'all numbers out here.
They should put the message in the chat so that the
They
chat
need
can get
to
at
know
them.
it is working, so we don't let them win. Do not acknowledge them. Block them. I bet it states are fake numbers. No, it's real numbers because it's 18 of them.
It's easy. I know. Like the first few times it happens, it's easy to block, to ignore them. But when it just keeps happening, that time's over at
It's
over and
too
over, it
late.
gets hot.
It's too late in the evening for somebody to do this. Come on now, 12:32. Come on, that's a form of harassment.
It's
That's
Sunday, the Lord's Day. Tell them to go to church and mind their business.
It's harassment at this point. 12:32. You have no right sending me text messages or calling me at this time of night.
Nobody that you don't know for sure doesn't.
Not my personal number. And then talking about scamming and all that. Come on now. Stop. Y'all want to play with me tonight, huh?
Did you block them on your phone already?
She says, Sylvia, I don't think it's multiple people. It's numbers app that generate a bunch of different numbers. It says the group chat. So it does a group chat. You guys got all the answers, huh? At 12:30, at 12:32 at night, you think it's just going to be a random number that's just going to do that? No, there's somebody in here.
I mean, who hasn't? How do you? I wouldn't even know how to organize a bunch of fake numbers to send you some hate. Like, I don't get it. Maybe I'm just not technically savvy. Maybe I would never be bothered to do that. But if it's fake numbers, what is it? What's going on? It's one person. Chat. Where's misunderstood? Because I wanted to see if she knows. Give us some more information because she said it's probably fake numbers. Marley said my stalkers do it. You got stalkers, Miss Sylvia?
Huh?
Marley said my stalkers, her stalkers do it to her. Did you? I said you got stalkers that you don't know about?
Absolutely, I have stalkers. Yes, I do.
Wow. It's that dude, keys blocked. It's El Hombre, Marley. It's El Hombre. What was his name? It's that dude, keys blocked.
I'm going to say right after I block him, it's even 10 minutes after he sent her message. Yeah, once they blocked, and that's when it did it.
I was about to get disrespectful, but I won't say anything. I'm just going to sit.
Hey, Gucci.
Did you see what Gucci said? Text the 3 dots on the right and block the whole group. I was going to ask about blocking the group as a whole.
Yeah, I blocked.
Keys El Hombre Negro.
I
That's who it
reported
is.
them. I reported them. It says reported as spam. I just reported it as spam. And it just wiped them all away. My phone just wiped them, blocked them all away.
Yeah, it's really convenient though. You think there's no coincidence that
That didn't do a Google
it
number.
happened right at the keys block.
It went straight on to voicemail because they put it on airplane mode. It didn't do a Google one. Didn't do a Google number.
Yeah, no. It rang. It didn't even ring. It was on. Yeah, it was on.
Why your phone is acting like that?
Mine.
Mm-hmm.
We have these storms that you guys probably had. Was it last week that you, or maybe I don't know, but we have rainstorms real bad
Right now?
right now. Am I in a bed? I just moved into a different room. Is it better?
No, it's better. It's better.
Okay.
Hey, Stephanie.
That's so petty. It is petty. It's Love and Hilton mad at you. I'm dead. This chat is the best.
What did he say?
He said it's Love and Hilton mad at you. He or she, I don't know who. Oh no, he, Mr. Big Play. It's Love or Hilton mad at you. I'm done.
DA office stalking you to find out what you're saying.
It's a wiretap. Just he said, "What's on the schedule for tomorrow?"
Look, it said Deanna Felton on cash. Oh, you went and found them like that? Dang, Popular. Unpopular got them.
What happened? I missed it. What
Unpopular got it. Unpopular got who it is. He put it on the cash.
Look at our little detective. Go ahead, Unpopular.
Oh my gosh. She put it in the cash app and found out. Y'all good, man.
Quick, she was quick with it too.
You're good.
Request some money from him on Cash App for taking your time, okay? Hit him up with the request.
Yeah,
Keith,
Money
did you
just
answer
said.
Keith?
Yeah, Money Man already said who it was.
Oh, my bad, Money Man. I didn't see your response. I only saw Unpopular.
Okay, DJR said, no disrespect, but have y'all ever thought about getting Glanville, Love, and Hilton to come on a podcast to explain themselves? You know
Nope.
what? DJR.
Nope. That's
They're not going
I'm
to come on
sorry.
the podcast. You know that. Come on. You stop that.
Not the podcast, and nope. Reaper said, everyone go request. That's funny as right. Go request payment from Deanna on Cash App.
Yeah, stop. Stop.
Money Man sent the address. Oh, too much.
Yeah, don't send the
Too
address.
much.
I don't want their address. I could care less. But they better leave me alone. I know that.
I know that's right, Marley. Would eat them up.
Leave me alone.
That's why they're on the sidelines, though.
Can you add all the numbers in the chat? Who belongs to?
Oh. Popular said she had time tonight to look this up.
They should never did that.
They're gonna learn though.
You're gonna learn tonight. Hold on,
You're gonna learn tonight, baby.
Hold on. Let's see. Hold on a second. Cause when I did that thing, it removed it. When I blocked it, it removed it, took it out. I don't see the numbers anymore. I don't see none of it anymore.
Because you reported it, right?
Yeah, I reported it as a spam, so it's gone. It's gone. Dang. They removed it off my phone. They're lucky. I should have screenshot it. Dang on it.
Well, if
Brandy,
they're in the chat, let them know. Chat.
publicly providing personal identifying information. So how did they get my number? Did they dox me to get my phone number?
Oop.
This is not the number that I give to everybody. So how did they get this number? That means they must have doxed me.
Look at Unpopular has. She has another solution.
Huh?
You can find. Look at Unpopular. You could find. She says you could find them in the blocked messages unless you deleted them.
I think I did. I don't see the blocked messages. I don't see the blocked messages.
Unpopular. She reported them as spam. So what'll that do?
It's gone. Hey, Law Malcolm. What's going on? Your phone is kind of irritating. It's kind of like scratchy, scratchy.
All right, I'm gonna drop down there.
Now you sound okay. There you go.
You're playing with me.
It just did it just now.
All right, I'm gonna drop to the chat. Hi.
She just got off, y'all. She just got rid of me. Yeah, how did they get this number? That's the question. How did they get this number and not my other number? My number that I give to the public. Good question. How did they get this number? I think it's a content creator who spoke to before who is jealous. You think so? Think they have my number? Yes, we did. It's going to be somebody you know. Definitely somebody you know. Somebody knows you. My T has been hacked, so numbers and texts are especially if I don't have this is not an iPhone here. This one here is not an iPhone. The iPhone that I have is the one I give to the public. That's the number I give to the public. It's someone I know. Well, you know what? An old content creator did have my number, that number. But most of the time I give the other number. I agree with you. It's got to be somebody I do know. But most of them have the other number. I'm waiting for them to send another message, but they're not sending another message, I see. I wonder why. It's probably somebody that used to have a wrench, probably, Fee. What did they say again? I don't know. I don't have a... I deleted it. I mean, I put it in spam, and it deleted it. I think I scared them, Las Vegas, because I told them about it because they didn't expect me to do that. They didn't expect me to put them now on Front Street. That's why I don't think they expect me to put them on Front Street. So it's probably Woody. You said no, it's not Woody. Woody don't have this number. Woody don't have this number here. I have 3 different phones, and certain people get certain number. is definitely in your call filter for spam. How do I find that out? You know what? Unpopular opinion, you must be a detective. How do I find that? How do I find the spam? My filter for spam. How do I find spam? Go to your setting in your phone and click phone. Okay, setting. Let's see, setting. And go where? You said go to setting, click phone button. I don't see a phone button. I don't see a phone button. No, I don't see a phone button. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna just leave it alone. Let's move on. Call setting. Call setting, search. Yeah. How do you know? Money man, how do you know? Money man, who are you? What's my other number then? If it can get all my numbers. What I need to put what I need to put DJR up for? So what's my other number if my other one, if all of them are public? My numbers are public. What's my other numbers? What do you want to speak to me about? What do you need to speak to me about? This is not open mic tonight. What do you need to speak to me about? My word will explain. Well, you still didn't tell me what do you need to explain? What do you need to explain? No, Jesus. But you didn't say what you need to explain. Just tell me what it's about. Then I can let you up. What is it about? What is it about? I'm about to go to bed now because I'm a little bit. Oh man. And forget him or her. Man, forget him or her. Do you? Miss Sylvia, I love your content, but you let your haters throw you off. Well, I was done for the night. I was done, Chloe. I was finished. We were just having chit chat. That's all we were doing now. I was finished for the night. Miss Keys asked you what you had for tomorrow. I don't know yet. Have a good night. See, I was done for already for tonight. It's 1:00 in the morning. You think I'm gonna still be on here? No. Nope. It's time for bed. I was going to bed anyway. Didn't throw me off. It's 300 and something, you guys. And do y'all go to bed? Do y'all go to bed at all? Keys, do y'all go to bed? He says the weekend. He said it's the weekend. I want. I hate cell phones. Please bring back the landline. I can remember numbers by heart. Malcolm, I know what you mean. You can't remember numbers anymore, huh? How's your dragon doing anyway? Bring back the two-way pages. Yeah, it's always something. So what do y'all want to talk about? He has a respiratory infection? Wow. How did they know he had a respiratory infection? I'm super late, but I'll watch the replay. C, BBJ, Candace. Good evening. You coming on this time of night? This is serious, and we are concerned for her. No weapon formed against her shall prosper. Feely, thank you. Thank you. Can't sleep now. Why you Keys? He said can't sleep now. I can get on my phone, my cell phone, and talk to you guys. Oh, they're coming back in here. 300 back in here. You guys are funny. What do y'all want to do? What do y'all want to do? Well, we worry shoot, Auntie. Infamous, yes, ma'am. I have my 3-month-old granddaughter and was working on music for church. You sound exhausted. I'm a little bit tired. What I should do is just put this thing on my phone and then fall asleep on your behind. What I should do, get the phone and Law Malcolm is asking me, am I married? What do you think? What do you think, Law Malcolm? What do you think? I'll let you answer that question. I really would like to hear the Judge Glanville and DA say their defense. We heard everyone else's. Huh? Great content. Love your channel. Thank you, Vegas. Yeah, where's my buddy? Where's some of my peeps that usually in here? Is it nighttime and they're gone to bed already? It's storming where you are? Tall Glass, you here. Okay. You know I was looking for you, right, Tall Glass? My regular. What happened to Drea? Where's she been? Where's Drea? Some of us is still here. It's 10:15 here. Where are you? If it's 10:15, oh, you're in California. If you're not married, if you were in Chocolate City, look me up. What's Chocolate City? If you're ever in Chocolate City, what's Chocolate City? All right. Invite them on your podcast. I'm not being funny or disrespectful. We only heard one side. Wait a minute. How you heard one side? We've been hearing that state and Glanville's side for the longest. What in the world? Where you been? DJR, where you been? Where have you been? Where have you been? DJR says we've only heard one side. We've been listening to the whole state side from the beginning. The defense hasn't gone up yet. So where you been? What you been listening to? I'm saying you had defense and Woody up there, but not the other side. That's because they can't be on this side right now because Miss Hilton said during the trials and stuff like that, they're not able to get on any podcast or anything like that. In fact, Steele hasn't done any interviews because he doesn't do it. Did Woody ever come back? Then you know, but I did talk to him a couple of times. Y'all see where he's at, right? You said what time prayer service starts in the morning? Y'all don't be coming to prayer. Y'all don't like prayer. You only like when drama. Oh, that's that sleepy singing. Go to bed, Miss Sylvia. Marley, no, that's not sleepy. That's not the sleepy. That's not the sleepy singing song. No, that's not. That's that a curiosity song. I'm in the house with y'all. Can't sleep gang. Let's listen to Miss Tasha Cobb with the Angel Voice. No, I had to mute that out of my some part of it because YouTube I had blocked some of it, so I had to mute some parts. If you go back and listen to my live, you see some parts is muted. Anything that recognizes a song that's like copywritten, they muted it. Some parts. The waist rap too. Woody is a star. Now get in trouble to be a star. I don't want to get in trouble. Copyright, yeah. Yeah, Virginia. So Washington is chocolate city? What makes it chocolate? Atlanta's gonna be chocolate city because that place has a lot of blacks. The men. Oh, y'all, they finally show who the shooter is, y'all. Let me show y'all. Look, this is who they say it is. That's who the Trump shooter is. I knew he was young looking. Yeah, that's who they said it is. They were saying all kinds of pictures are coming out of this now. He is 20 years old. He's a baby. They said he was shot in the head, y'all. Oh, Lord, look at his picture. That's not good. They shot him straight in the head. It's not good, y'all. It's not good. They're showing a picture of him laying on the ground with the blood in his head. So he was ready to die that day, huh? Don't show the pic. He said, oh, no, I'm not going to show that pic. No, I wouldn't do that. Y'all don't think I know what to do with my channel. You don't think I know what not to show certain things. Y'all really don't think that. Yeah, he was a baby. 20 years old. Little baby. What's TT? I know X is on Twitter, but what's on TT? What's TT, Annabelle? Oh, TikTok. Okay. Thank you. I had a brain fart for a minute. I couldn't remember what's TT. She had to think about it too. I didn't know what TT was. I thought it was my daughter's godmom because she called her TT. That's what she used to call her, but she's . 1.5 Liz, you got a dragon? I saw somebody have a dragon that was going down the stairs. £1.5. Yeah, that's a little big. Oh, okay. I wish you could post a picture. A picture of what? Of the guy? Well, it's all over Twitter. It's all over Twitter. It's all over Twitter where he's Oh, my eyes is bothering me. Man, I freaking messed up. Y'all. Messed up real bad. Messed up real bad. Messed up real bad. Hold up. Wait a minute. Man, I just keep screwing up stuff. I just keep messing up so bad. I mess it up, mess it up, mess it up, mess it up, mess it up. Mess it up, mess it up, mess it up. Miss Sylvia, the dragon. The dragon. Mess it up, mess it up. Annabelle, I had a handbook on the new abbreviation and something. How many children do I have? I have one biological child. And then I adopted some other children. I adopted 3 other girls. One was my niece, but she's in her 30s now. And then I adopted 2 others. One is 27 and the other one's 22. Yeah. So Dallas is my biological child. Let's see who's let's see something. Let's see whose interview we can do. Let's see. Do you guys know what date that Bean was here? Let's see. I'm looking for Beans. Do you know what date Bean came up? It came like around January, right? Let's see, trying to find B. Let's see. March 18th. Thank you. March 18th. Let's see. March 18th. March 18th.
All right, anything I need to take up before Mr. Bean comes in? Okay, anybody else? All right, can we bring Mr. Bean in, please? All right, sir, summon our jurors, please.
I don't recall. That's Mr. Bean. D'Angelo is not supposed to be here. I don't know nothing about these
All right,
people.
ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
It's cross-examination right now.
Thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Bean, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, you're still under oath, sir. All right,
Sir.
Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. With the state's permission or assistance and the court's permission, Your Honor, I believe that we are playing state's exhibit number 176. Thank you. 176CA. And I believe we stop, Your Honor. I have 12024. It'd be 12023, sir. May we play that exhibit?
Rammed the cop's vehicle trying to leave. Did you know you hit it? You did not know you hit the cop vehicle. The cop bumped you. So is it fair to say that they tried to block you in to stop you from leaving? Do you think that happened? I mean, I'm just asking.
Yeah, they probably did.
And why didn't you stop? Did you know they were police? Come on, this everybody out there saying the police were trying to get y'all to stop. Did you know those were police you were fleeing from?
At the point of the time, sir, I didn't know because I did not see a uniform cop.
Who did you see in the car that pulled in front of your car? Y'all are nose to nose.
I seen two females.
Two
I
females.
seen two females, that's all I seen.
And you running from two females? You worried about two?
I'm getting out.
Come on, keep player to player, pimp to pimp.
I'm getting out.
You think that these females trying to hit a lick on you or something?
I ain't say that. I'm saying.
Did you think maybe they were cops?
I'm thinking maybe when this car start right here, I don't know if they going this building, one of these buildings. I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm going around.
But you know they trying to stop you from leaving. You know that. Yes or no?
I feel a bump.
Do you think they're trying to stop you from leaving that scene where the gunfire was?
I think that I'm going around a car that's still moving, and this car here just all of a sudden don't even see me.
So you
just hit me anyway.
You never saw the uniformed cop?
I ain't see no police officer.
Did you hear any commands?
I ain't heard no freeze, get out, let me see. I ain't hear none of that.
None of that, okay.
I ain't heard no shots go off by no police officer.
How many shots, and I don't want to interrupt you, you finished? You finished with that statement?
Yeah, I ain't hear no shots go
Okay.
off by no police officer.
How many shots did you hear? Did anybody in the car mention that was the police? Anybody? You got 4 people in the car.
Fred, nobody. I ain't said nothing about it. They go 12 shouted, nothing.
Okay. You know, this is an interesting situation, man. Y'all went through that yard, hit all them tricycles and shit. Could have been kids on them bikes, man.
I could have lost my own life.
My God, you could have.
At the time,
Y'all could have landed. Y'all cleared a police car. There was a police car back under that wall. Y'all just missed it. They were just sitting there. They had nothing to do with that shit up on the hill. They were just sitting there. Thank Jesus, Allah, the Dalai Lama, everybody spiritual. Y'all didn't land on that car. Then, it would have been a different situation. It wasn't meant for you to, catch that kind of weight. But, you seem like an older brother. Why you got involved with these young, and you say it to your wife over and over again when I listen to it. Why you get involved with these young motherfuckers, man? I mean, they don't care about going down the road. They can't wait to get down there. That's my feeling. They can't wait. That's the same, I got a ring like that. They can't wait to get down there, man. You already know what this shit's about, what life's all about. You are in love.
Because face,
these young jokers only be in love with themselves and their homeboys. They'll never know how to love.
See, I don't bang.
I know you don't bang. You're a family man. You got your kids in football. You're active in the school. I did my research on you. You're a good dude, but and I appreciate your honesty about coming clean on this robbery, because it's a robbery. Y'all robbing somebody who, I don't know much about this brother, but he's not supposed to get robbed, no matter what kind of joker he is. It's kind of messy. So I'm gonna let your wife know everything that's going on, if that's okay with you. If not,
yeah, you can let her know.
Because I'm not done yet. I still gotta go talk to them fools again. I hate to call them fools, but young people scare the fuck out of me. I mean, these young boys in the street these days, they don't care about a whole lot, and it really bothers me.
You, man. I just want to give you my story. I know I bullshit around with my family a lot. You know what I mean? I bullshit around with the story a lot. You know what I mean? But I just want to make sure I told you pretty much everything.
This sounds like the truth. You're the driver. You really cleared something up for me, the thug, and I got to go out here and find a picture of this joker. Because it's important, because I don't think he should get away with it if he was in the car. You're not making this up. Thug was in the car.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let me
Now I can't testify. I can't do none of that now,
All right, you ain't got to testify. That's on you.
Put me on blast front street.
Well, that's not what I do. What I do is I'm trying to go slow and get all the information I need in relation to you, right? That's all I'm talking about. But the other people involved, I mean, it sounds to me like Thug got you all involved. I mean, I know you're a grown man and everything, but he came down here with an easy way to make money, it sounds like. And it went, who knew the police were going to be there? Y'all scared the shit out of the police too now. I don't think we don't get scared. We get scared too. We don't run the gunfire all happy about that shit. These cops ran toward what they heard was gunfire. They got to save the good citizens, the bad citizens, everything in between. They don't have a choice. They can't bitch out when it gets hot. That was a hot little scene. They stood up and stayed there. A lot of cops would have rolled the fuck out and reevaluated. Those 3 police officers, they were detectives. They went. Nobody knew it was up, but y'all were just trying to go get somebody who you believed had cash.
Nobody knew what was up with me going to jail, telling my wife what went on, and I mean.
Was Fred happy about going to this thing or what? I mean, why did he go to this thing?
I can't tell you about Fred. I mean.
Okay, what did he say anything?
With Fred,
because he had a chance to stay back at the trap.
When Fred was on, he just coming home, man. You know what I'm saying? We not robbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the young boy did the robbing.
I couldn't tell you. I'm just saying, me, Fred.
What would be the split in something like that? You going with these 2 little rookies. What's the split gonna be? Do y'all get more or less or the same? Is it gonna be split 4 ways? What? I mean, just based off what you know.
I mean, you know, they move or whatever, man. You know what I mean? So I don't.
How's that work in the street though? If it's they move, do they get more money than you? Or they get the same.
I mean, everybody in the car gonna probably, you know what I mean, spit out even. You know what I mean?
But let me ask you this: somebody like Red, he didn't ever see you at all. How do you? What if word got back? You know, let's say everything went right. You got the money. Is this just Atlanta? Because everybody tells me everybody takes turns robbing each other. Is that the truth?
Yeah, they do that in the city, man. I've been robbed.
It's been going on, and you've seen the joker in the store.
I've been robbed 4 times this year.
And you probably been seeing the person that robbed you.
You know what I mean?
Have you? Or you know who they are?
I won't tell you that.
Oh, you don't?
I've been robbed 4 times. You know, it is what it is. We are hustling in these streets. I mean, you can't pick up the phone.
But when the game first started, I know you were young.
They just took my drugs or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's all drug money, weed. You know what I mean? They selling weed, drugs. You know what I mean? So, you know, who's gonna call the cops and tell the cops that I just got robbed for drug money? You got people coming from North Carolina, all different types of states coming out here and getting took off for their money and getting something back.
And don't even report.
You know what I'm saying?
Now they got to go talk to their boss man and shit.
Happened, like you said, this particular day right here, police was on the scene. DK get.
But why didn't you call it off? You weren't sure they were cops or what? You just weren't sure?
I didn't even know what.
But you on the tape, and you keep saying, "Let me wait." You're telling your peoples on the phone.
Bullshit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you saw the tour.
You know what I'm saying?
Who in the gate first? You or the tourists?
The tourist was in the gate first. I was behind.
They followed behind somebody to get in because they didn't have no gate key either.
I was behind the tourists. When the tourists go in.
So you never looked at them again once you saw them bodies in the car?
I didn't go past the tourists, sir.
So they went on ahead of you. They were gone.
The tourists go straight back in the back.
And then how long was it before the tourists showed back up in that scene where the gunfire happened?
Like I say, man, DK started shooting. He got caught.
Let me tell you this: if he didn't start shooting and just robbed him straight up, the police would have never known what was up. They'd have never seen that shit. It was the gunfire. That's what made them come back. They would have went on. They were going there to knock on the door about some off-brand bullshit. That they were in there investigating a whole nother robbery that happened early that morning, had nothing to do with y'all. And so if he hadn't have fired that gun, it'd have been a lick going there. Licks happen all around. You'd be walking all day long. They would have got the money because he had a stack. A little more, a little less, but it was a stack. And it was in his pockets. And when you get the police report, you're going to see where the first officer that got DK while he's bleeding, because the money bloody as fuck. I got a picture of it. Wait, I'm going to go pick him up now. Bloody fucking money. Because he hit in the legs, which I think happened in the car. Bloody fucking money. It's a stack. That's exactly what Red had. He had already paid out whoever the fuck he was dealing with before. That money was gone. That all he had was, I guess, he was about to go back in the house. Because he lived there. They down there saying he was robbing them. Was Red robbing y'all? Did he rob your car? Yes or no? No? Yes?
No, Red, bro.
Okay, because let me tell you something. It doesn't make sense to me.
I used to go with Red mom, man. Me and Red, we go way back, man.
But check it
out. I see Red right now, man. Red knows straight up, man, that if I knew that was Red, man, if that was Dirty Red, the robbery would never happen anyway.
Okay. Well, the thing of it is like this.
If I'd have seen Red, man.
So you didn't know which Red it was. You heard.
If I'd seen Dirty Red running, I'd have told Dirty Red, then, hey, Dirty Red, oh, DK, you tripping, man. These my people. These are my people.
Okay. So you thought it was some other Red that had that check?
I didn't know that.
Yes or no? You thought it was another Red that had that check?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know that it was my fault.
And when I say that check, I mean the money. Whatever, how much it was.
No, it's stolen them lick anyway. It ain't my lick.
Okay. It's their intelligence. They created the intelligence on this. They did the legwork on the lick.
Yeah, they move, so it ain't. I don't.
Are they a gang? What gang are they?
I don't know if you had a 15,000, 1,000, or anything. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know what he got, but I know now knowing the person that I know who it was, I know these are my people, and I would never rob my people.
But do you know he lives there? Did you know Dirty Red lived there?
He don't live there.
Okay, because let me tell you, let me tell you something with DK.
Little Beezy with the glasses living somewhere.
Well, he got something up there. He got a reason for being there.
They probably keep the little weed up there.
He sleep. It could be the trap. I don't know. He be up there.
He don't live up there.
Just like some people might think you live down on Macon. You know, he live over there, but you don't. But he be there.
I know his mom and dad. I know where Red Man live at.
Well, what I'm saying is, did he pull out on y'all and try to rob y'all? Is the question.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, let me go see if I can find this picture of this boy with the crazy hair. Look like a girl, I guess.
So what?
I'm gonna answer all your questions. Let me get this guy the picture.
I gave you everything.
You said his name was Jeff, right?
Yeah.
Let me look up something. I'll be right back.
Right, I'm gonna fast forward this because I'm not saying anything right now. Yeah, they're taking so long, they're not doing anything.
At the end of the road.
Yeah, this is 2 years ago.
All right, I gotta put these on.
Like a couple of years.
157, 52.
Yes, sir. I thought we got court later on today. We still need to transport them, Yeah.
Your Honor, the state wants to start, and I don't have any objection, 154.14. Thank you.
Oh Lord, let's go ahead. This is boring.
The car, the one that was.
I'm telling you. So,
Man,
right. Yeah, person that was going, I mean, that just got
well, I guess the family, a real life.
Fulton County Jail in the past. Fair to say?
I've been to Rush Street before.
Okay. And you knew, or you know, that the jail calls are recorded. Are you familiar with that?
No, sir.
Are you familiar that when you make a call from the Fulton County Jail, when you've been incarcerated there or other places, there's a sign right next to the phone that says these calls are being recorded and can be listened to by law enforcement? Are you aware of that? Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know when you make a collect call as a person incarcerated from the Fulton County Jail or any institution, there's an announcement on that call explaining this call is subject to monitoring and being recorded?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember at all from the Fulton County Jail making a collect call to your wife and then explaining that they hung up the phone on me last night? Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember having a conversation with your wife? They cut off the phones. Hell yeah. Remember saying that?
No, sir.
Meaning the night before, no? Do you remember?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember on the same day, September 12th, 2013, explaining to your wife that it's bad in here, I have a big knot on my head, shoulder skinned up, everything going wrong?
No, sir.
Do you remember then crying to your wife or your voice sounding like it's crying? Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining that this shit is crazy? Remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember your wife explaining to you that one of your children asked where his daddy was?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining to your wife that you want a bond, but you may not be able to make it? Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember going to court or explain that you're going to court at 11 o'clock a.m. that day, which is September 12th, 2013?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining that you had nothing to do with the crime of shooting Cam? Remember that?
No, sir.
And Cam does not live here anymore. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
And the Cam you're talking about is the one that you shot. Oh, excuse me, you explained on the recorded call that the one that you shot could not identify you. Do you remember saying that?
No, sir.
And do you remember explaining that you need to know whether the victims are coming to court because that will dictate whether you ask for a trial or not?
No, sir.
Do you remember admitting to shooting these folks on that call?
No, sir.
And just to be fair, do you remember hearing you explaining that you could have called Chief Meadows? Remember that, hearing that with the jury a few minutes ago on State's Exhibit number 176?
No, sir. I don't even have his number.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object because that
Basis.
And that,
Don't say anything, Mr. Mean. What's your basis, ma'am?
it assumes facts not in evidence.
I did, all you need to say, I sustain the objection.
Okay, it was on the recording.
But not at the time.
I'm sustaining the objection, Mr. Steele. That's fine. Name a little more foundation or withdraw the question whenever you pleasure.
Okay. Do you remember showing the jury and speaking with the jury about the fact that you pled guilty under Alford to shooting two people, and it's in, may I approach you a second, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
It's already in evidence. Let's mark Mr. Williams number 199 for you to see.
You said, I said what now?
We played
To the jury?
the shooting of two people on October 5th, on about October 15, 2015. Remember discussing that earlier?
No, sir.
Now, that's the cam and the folks that you were talking about that I asked you earlier. You don't remember that?
No, sir.
All right. Do you remember explaining that one thing turned into another and Big Fred wasn't even supposed to be with us?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining that, discussing that Big Fred was in the vehicle?
No, sir.
It's all in the same recorded call. I'm asking the same questions. Do you remember saying 12 looking at his dumb ass? Do you remember saying that on the call?
No, sir.
Remember saying DK got in on your side of the car?
No, sir.
Remember police bullets came close to your head?
No, sir.
Saying that. Remember saying DK got shot in the leg?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember explaining to your wife during the same call that you're the victim of a robbery and the perpetrator took about $22,000 from you?
No, sir.
Do you remember saying to your wife that you could have given another person's name and walked away?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling your wife, excuse me, do you remember your wife explained to you to get the drugs out of your system and you explaining that you could clean yourself out? You remember that?
No, sir.
You remember discussing bond and trying to save money for bond?
No, sir.
Do you remember again discussing your court today at 11 o'clock? That day?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining that you go to court for a probation revocation on Wednesday, September 18, 2013 on some sort of driver's license charge?
I don't remember.
Do you remember talking about moving the shit?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember your wife discussed that the homicide detective came back again last night, which would have been the September 11, 2013?
No, sir.
Explaining that a bitch, excuse my language, is driving?
I don't recall, sir.
Where did the white boy come from, your wife is asking you? Remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember your wife explained that the detective wanted to figure out who was driving, adamant it was a boy?
No, sir.
Do you remember the driver, your wife saying that the driver, meaning she could have killed everyone?
No, sir.
According to the detective. Do you remember that your wife explained that the detective said that the driver caused all of these problems?
No, sir.
And that you have no charges on you as of September 11, 2013 because you were a passenger in the vehicle. Remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember then saying to your wife something to the effect, I'm not quoting you, but they gave us a story to tell?
No, sir.
Remember then saying goodbye to your wife and that you love her, and when you get to population, you'll call again?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining that these are free calls because you're not yet, you're still in the holding area, the Fulton County Jail, not in the regular pods?
No, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to mark and move into evidence Mr. Williams, number 205, a recorded call between Mr. Bean and Miss Bean as described by me, and Mr. Bean could not remember. I'd like to impeach him.
Any objection to Williams 205?
Your Honor, I know that we served jail calls. I don't know and have not heard Williams 205 to even know whether it is a complete jail call. So until we know that, until it's been authenticated, I would, if Mr. Steele wants to let us hear it before he plays it, I don't have a problem with that, but I do until I hear it. So, and make sure that it's the one we served him.
I gave it to the state, I don't know, a week ago. I don't know. I can't remember the days of flying by, but it's marked as Mr. Williams number 205 on the email and thumb drive.
Is it the same as that
Yeah.
was tendered in discovery?
Yeah.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Okay, I'm overruling the objection. I'll just let him play it. Williams 205 is admitted, maybe published as you see.
Can I have Mr. Kokomo help us?
He may, yes, yes, sir.
And after Mr. Bean, I'm going to start asking questions about all of these exhibits, okay?
Hello, this is a free call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey, babe. Yeah, I think they cut it off. They hung it up. How you feel? Yeah.
May I have a moment? May I have 1 second? Oh, wait. Can we redo that? It was inaudible to me. Can we restart that?
Are you trying to turn up the volume, sir, or what?
The volume. I couldn't hear Mr.
Hire better audio staff then.
That's, I don't want to say, I'm not.
I know what you're dealing with. Mr. Kokomo, come on now. When you go free, Mr. Steele, here's what happens, right? Or subsidized, I should say. All right, okay. Mr. Kokomo, whenever you can start over again, sir, and play that a little louder, please.
Hello, this is a free call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey, babe. Yeah, I think they cut it off. They hung it up. How you feel? Yeah.
Goddamn shoulders kicked up. Everything just going wrong right now. I don't know, man. This shit crazy.
No, I understand. I tried to cope with it, babe. I understand.
It's good. I got shit with that damn suspended life and shit, and then that shit won't fuck that door. All the other shit yesterday, ain't shit on me on that. I ain't got no charges about that shit. It just got me put out for the shit that I done did. That's all. Who is that?
My new little home for about a year. I had talked to security guard because they trying to figure out, like, you telling us to get all our stuff, our football stuff. AJ said, so where's the dad at? I was like, you know, he the oldest, bro. You know what I'm saying?
So
I just looked at him. I just said, really, AJ? He looked at me, he was like, oh. I said, oh, wait. I said, you know? He was like, yeah. And I ain't say that. This shit crazy, man. This shit crazy.
I really want that shit. Get no bond, I'm out of here. Take that probation shit. They get no bond here. Like, how I can't make it. It's too high. I just wait to fucking ride there.
My friend got shot in the back. One of his laws left. I heard that else about him. You know, what's going on with that dude.
Shit, ain't that one on came in yet. We can't go nowhere. We're gonna be down here 2 more days, goddamn. She's so fucked up in the jail, man.
Always back.
Gotta go to the court and let me start. What's going on in court?
7 o'clock back.
Right down him. If niggas the nigga get paid, you know, if he come to court, he just come to court and tell these folks, man, hey, man, I ain't got nothing to do with that shit. They'll throw that shit out.
He don't even live there, don't to them no more, though. The nigga don't even live there no more.
Who?
The little nigga Cam.
Oh, that good then. They ain't gonna be able to find him then. It's about the little boy, the Cam.
The one you shot, yeah.
But the one I shot ain't the one that identified me. They just had the kid identified.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I don't know about that.
No, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if he catch up with him, if he can't, shit, it don't really matter, man. That ain't no shit.
I mean, little dad was out there yesterday, but that other little boy. So you put that thing back in the garbage on the kid.
What happened?
Dad was over there yesterday. I was over there.
Who the hell is that? My daddy.
The little old man. He thought I shot a brick.
Oh, what you say?
I don't know. I just seen him sit over there.
No, he said he wasn't going to court. He ain't done that shit.
Right. I don't think none of them really say that shit though, man. You feel okay? I think they really call that
I need to know if he's coming to court or he ain't coming to court. If he ain't coming to court, then I need to go and tell him, give me a speedy trial and go to trial. You know what I mean? So like that, I don't want to crank up no speedy trial. And then them motherfuckers show up in here on the court and testifying on me and I'm going to trial on me. Yeah, you know what I mean? I know I done shot these folks. It's cool though, man. Shit I had to go through.
Yeah, I get a little hot air, little far, man. This shit dog. Like,
Goddamn, we just got through a situation and here we go again.
Yeah, that shit, I don't understand. I say, I ain't been asleep. I ain't even been asleep. This shit just a puzzle in my brain. Like, I just talked to you today before. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't coming around there no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the crowd. I don't know. This shit is dumb. Like, I don't know. You ain't got no strap. You ain't got nothing with you. Like, you don't even do stuff like that. I ain't like, where your Bible?
I don't know. We went to do one thing and then one thing turned into another, then another thing turned to another, then none of this shit ain't supposed to be kicking out, man. Big Fred shit ain't supposed to be with us. Boys, that big ass one what got us caught with that bullshit. You know, you just get out of jail, man. You know, you on rob, man. So that shit, boy, get in the car. Hey, get in on my side.
Where he got shot at?
I'm glad they ain't hit me in the head or anyone, man. Cause that bullet come clean through my past my shit.
Where he got shot at? What did he say got shot at?
I got him over his head. They were trying to come at me, asking me why I shot him. I'm like, what y'all doing? You were robbing them and shit. I said, man, I am the victim. I'm running for my life. These folks trying to just rob me. This was $22,000 of my money. But the only thing that fucked me up, I could have gave him AC name and been walked right down the street to you, baby. I gave him my name.
Yeah.
So I said everything I'm for all that reason, man. I guess I need to get shit off my back anyway.
Get them drugs out the system. It'll be over. It'll be over.
Clean myself out, get myself together anyway, man. Fuck it.
We are. When they get your bond, we down there. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, we need to know quick. They need to be trying to goddamn figure out the shit quick. But they can't hold you for too long. You feel what I'm saying? They cannot hold you for too long.
Oh no, I'm good. I ain't really shit. I go to court Wednesday for the probation violation on the drive suspended license. That's $1,400 fine. They gonna reinstate. I ain't paid nothing on it. So they gotta pay it. They gotta reinstate that or either throw it out, brother. So they been throwing them out lately.
Okay.
So if they throw that out, then I'm stuck with it one. Then I get a bond for that. If I get a bond at 11 o'clock for that, then I can make bond on that. I can start working on the bond money for that. But I know Wednesday they'll be goddamn re-signing me back to the driving license shit. So that ain't shit. See what I'm saying? No.
Yeah, what side you gonna go to court with?
I go to court at 11 o'clock today. I don't know when I go to court Wednesday, but she told me I go to court Wednesday for the probation violation. So shit.
You gonna call to talk to somebody else?
I ain't got nobody number. Bro, probably sleep. They, I don't know what they did last night at the thing, shit.
He stayed in the house. Right there, he would ride that goddamn side buck for saw, so he get the key for the Blue Hill, saw about Blue Hill, so he want to nigga try to go. He was like, buck here, trouble, buck got there, that boy trying to break it in, get out of the liquor, some shit, you know what I'm saying? That's the last thing I know,
He don't know
though.
how to handle them, now, nigga. He gonna be like, made them, dumb shit. So you can't be handling them niggas, talking to them niggas, scan them up and shit, that bullshit. So why don't you let him deal with it? And the buck cool, though. So who the fuck he gonna let move the shit?
He claimed, he told me, baby, he gonna handle it. I don't know how that shit goes. If we baby stood outside talking. If we baby stood outside talking, goddamn.
Open that thing up, man. They got us some money, man. Get us some money. Get us some money out of this shit, man. We need us some money.
But the detective came back though, man. The homicide detective kept coming back. He came, we were down one side, he came back again last night.
What?
They still trying to figure out what the fuck skateboard and niggas got there. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. I said they trying to figure out where the white boys came from. The white boys told them they were down here. Down there with Adrian D. I don't know. They still trying to figure that shit out. I don't know. The detective called my phone last night, called that shit, told that shit. They just trying to figure out who the fuck was driving. He said it's a bitch was driving. The bitch had on lace front wig. Who the fuck is this hoe? So goddamn, he can't find out who this hoe is. Then he gonna end up when he kept calling a broad. He was adamant. He was just so fuck. I put him on speaker so brother I was shot to me. The homicide detective. He like shit. He said he trying to figure out who the fuck the broad who driving. They said it was a broad driving the car. Goddamn, she had a lace front wig and all type of shit. They trying to figure out who she is, because she the one that caused all these problems with this driving, and she could have killed somebody and all this old stuff there. If he can't find her, we don't have to put these charges on the three boys that they got in custody. As of right now, your husband disabled me. They got no charges on him. We can't charge him for nothing. So he was a passenger.
Who that?
That's what he said.
That he told you about me?
Yeah, he said, as of right now, your husband, they got no charges, so he was a passenger. We tried to find out what the fuck happened.
The thing the boys that come, they stick and come down and motherfucker and tell them that what it was. Them niggas kept it 100. They gave us a story to tell. All right, baby, I gotta get ready to get out the phone. She's making me get out. I love you.
Okay, I
I'll
love you.
see you when I get in population, or when I come from quarter, they let me use the phone again. If not, I'll talk to you when I get in population. You do got minutes on your phone, right?
Yes, I do.
Because these free calls, I think.
Okay, that's
If
fine.
they
I
ain't
got
free,
you.
call and check and make sure, because they probably took the money out. But if they ain't free, just check and make sure. But I will call you back. Love you. All right.
It's what out here. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too.
All right.
All right, man.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Call, get my mama to call.
Who?
Just tell them to see what they can do, man. Call somebody.
All right. Just don't worry about this. We got this out here, okay? Just don't worry.
All right.
Okay?
All right.
Okay.
Love you.
Keep it clear by, baby, okay?
All right. It's all good.
All right. I love you.
Love you too, man.
Bye.
Your Honor, that completes Mr. Williams' number 205. I might have said 105 earlier. Mr. Bean, were you able to identify your voice on that call?
I can hear it, but I still don't recall the conversation.
Is that also your wife's voice?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Did you hear, you did say that is your voice, or you don't recall?
That's how I hear it, but I don't still recall the conversation. How long has that been?
11 years, almost 11 years.
Exactly.
Did you hear your wife say you want me to call anybody? Did you hear that?
I heard what you played.
Okay. And what that is a three-way call. You familiar with that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Mr. Steele
Basis.
to testifying and not asking a question, so the form of whatever. it
I
was he
sustain the
said.
question, it's the form. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
Are you familiar when you are incarcerated in the Fulton County Jail or other place? And you're speaking on a recorded line, jail call, collect call. The person, in this case your wife, can three-way in or call in another person to join that call. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, they can make a three-way.
Okay. And your wife asked you if you want her to call, you want her to call anyone, and you said, I don't have anyone's number. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear that. I don't call that.
Okay. Did you hear your wife explain to you what the homicide detective told her the day before on September 11, 2013?
To listen to a call that I haven't heard a conversation of in so many years, I can hear what you're saying about it. Have I heard it? But I still don't recall the conversation. I don't even remember the conversation. I don't even remember nothing back in 2013.
Do you remember, according to Mr. Williams, number 205, stating after your wife explained to you that information from the detective, they gave us a story to tell? Do you remember saying that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you hear it?
I heard it.
Now, I want to go back to a recording that's in evidence. It's Mr. Williams, number 197, and ask you some questions about that, if I may. 197B, as in Barry Bravo. And the jurors will have these recordings, Mr. Bean, so they can listen to them. If you need to listen to them, though, we have them for you, and I'm going to play parts of it, okay? But if you want to listen to any part of it, just say I need to hear more or different areas, okay? On January 22, 2023, you met with me and investigator James Martin in front of your home. Do you remember that?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember Mr. Martin saying, should we go in your house? And you opted, which was fine, to go into Mr. Martin's car. Do you remember getting in a car with Mr. Martin and myself?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember sitting, by any chance, in the rear passenger seat towards the center? I was in the front passenger, Mr. Martin in the driver's seat in front of your home on Sunday, January 22, 2023.
You remember, I don't.
Do you remember me asking you, thanking you for meeting with us, and asking if I could play you 2 jail recordings from this time that you were in the Fulton County Jail?
No, sir.
Do you remember me playing for you the jail recording that is now marked as Mr. Williams number 205, the one the jurors just heard, and they could hear it whenever they want during their deliberations? Do you remember me playing that for you?
No, sir.
Do you remember me asking you about what it meant when you say they gave us a story to tell on that recording that is now marked as Mr. Williams number 205?
No, sir.
Sure.
At this point in time. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bean, I'll go ahead and let you take 10 minutes, okay? And then we'll see where the day leads us. Don't discuss testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. All right, Mr. Bean, you can step off. Ladies and gentlemen, take 10 minutes, and then we'll let you know where we stand for the day. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Mr. Steele and Ms. Love, do you think this might be a stopping point for us today, or what do you think? He hasn't said anything yet.
Your Honor, it's going to be a significant cross-examination from here, so if that answers your question.
Okay, all right. All right, let's take 10 minutes and then I'll tell you what the order of march will be for the rest of the time, okay? All right, we're in recess for 10 minutes.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all go because it's not ended yet. Oh, okay, it's still going. No, I'm not asleep. I was in the other room. He can't pardon Thug because he is federal and Thug is state. Okay.
All right. Is everybody back, Sergeant Ingram?
Yes, sir. Everybody's back.
All right, let's go ahead and bring Mr. Bean back in, please. All right, someone on jurors, please, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Bean, I'd like you to report tomorrow morning for 9 o'clock, if you wouldn't mind, sir. Okay, and don't discuss testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, all right? Yes, sir. All right, we'll see you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any ministerial inquiry with me? Okay, all right. Tomorrow morning, we're gonna start, I'd ask y'all to report for 9 a.m. for an anticipated 9:30 start time. And unless you have any other inquiry of me, what I'll do is just go through your nightly admonitions. Please don't discuss anything that you have heard or otherwise gleaned from in the four walls of this courtroom. And please, if anybody should approach you about anything we've covered in this case so far, you need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Leave your notepads in the basket. Don't discuss anything as you're coming or going tonight or tomorrow. Don't discuss anything with any third parties, your loved ones in your household, and please resist temptation of looking at any news accounts, blogs, or otherwise accounts of this particular trial. Remember, I told you, you can only consider what's lawfully presented within the four walls of this courtroom, I should say. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, I thank you for your undying patience with us. And unless you have anything else of me in terms of question, I'll release you for the evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9 o'clock. All right? All right. Okay. You're very welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all rise. All right, counsels, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Does anybody have any inquiry of me?
Your Honor, I'd like to approach after court is over with one of the members of the defense, but nothing that I need to put on record.
Okay, all right. Anyone from any member of the defense team? All right. Then we'll see you all tomorrow morning for 9 o'clock with an anticipated 9:30 start time. All right. All right. We're in recess.
All right, good people. Good night. Good night, guys. Night, night. See you in the morning when I get up. Bye.